So today, we are going to be playing the. Let's see, we can actually close this. We are going to be playing the Decathlon Emblem Standard event, which is an interesting standard format where at the beginning of each of your first 3 turns, you get to make your choice of treasure token, clue token, food token, one of each in whichever order you want. So the existence of a treasure token is probably the most impactful thing on this format, because both players get to do one thing ahead of curve. The clue token and the food token are, I originally thought, a lot less impactful, but after having thought about this a little more, it has occurred to me that there are some pretty interesting ways that just having a bunch of artifacts in play make this format pretty significantly different. More different than I was expecting just off of the basis of one treasure, rather. So, to highlight the cards that I think we're going to do most of our brewing around today, because I had some synergies in mind, but I have not yet put together any particular shells, we have... Oh, there we go, Arena. Let's switch this over to Standard. We have Moonsnare Prototype. Single blue, tap, also tap another untapped artifact or creature, add colorless. Pay 5, discard it. Removal spell. Normally this card is fine, but hard to enable, because you need to get a second artifact before it does anything, so it's not really easy to take advantage of before turn 3. Except if you just have an artifact in play on turn 1 and another artifact in play on turn 2, this is just very, very close to Soaring. That also is a removal spell that you get to play 4 of. So, like, this card becomes very interesting, I think. The other one that comes to mind is Citanul Stalwart, which goes from being a weird sort of turn 3, maybe accelerator if you also have a lot of other creatures reliably, into just Birds of Paradise that's also a soldier, for if that matters. So, like, that's pretty interesting. And notably, together, this gives you 8 copies of 1-mana cards that, with the treasure, let you just play a turn 2 4-drop. And we have some pretty interesting 4-drops. I actually still need to explore a lot more of the options, because I think that you could build like a blue-green deck that's just all about trying to maximize your opportunity to power out 4-drops. But the one that immediately comes to mind as being very, very interesting is Tezzeret. Because Tezzeret's downtick makes 4/4s, but is limited by the number of artifacts you have. So wouldn't it be cool if you just had a free clue token and a free food token to just turn into 4/4s? So, like, that means Tezzeret's basically 2 4/4s with haste that also has the passive ability of making artifacts cost less to activate that might be helpful. I don't know. I forget if this actually works with decreasing Moonsnare Prototype's cost to channel. I believe it doesn't, because I think it's an artifact is like code word for artifact permanent, not artifact card, which are weirdly 2 different things. So I think that's not actually a synergy, unfortunately, but Now, let's see. Were there any other 4-drop nonsensy things that really come to mind? Hiveheart Shaman's weirdly interesting. Teferi could be interesting, although not very aggressive. Saheeli's a very interesting 4-drop. Not like the easiest to... Actually, I guess you actually could build a really easy Teamer mana base to turn 2 Saheeli. Because Citanul Stalwart makes blue or red, and then the treasure you're sacking on turn 2 also makes blue or red. So you would just be able to play Saheeli on turn 2 off of Moonsnare or Citanul every single time. Yeah, the 4/4 is tapped on turn 2 if you use Citanul or Moonsnare, which isn't ideal, but it's definitely not, like, bad. Halana and Alena's probably interesting with Citanul, possibly, but not really with Moonsnare. Arlen's probably fine, but not the most exciting. Unleash the Inferno is probably not that good. There's Ulvenwald Oddity, could be a potentially interesting 4-drop. One of the things that I do sort of want to try to avoid is that Voltage Surge is really good in this format, because you have free stuff to sacrifice. So I'd like to avoid 4 toughness creatures being... 4 toughness creatures that are vulnerable to getting 1-for-1, being like a large portion of the game plan. Is Reservoir Kraken an interesting thing to turn to? Oh, that's an interesting question. What about fight rigging? We could do some kind of Sultai fight rigging deck that's all about trying to play turn 2 Reservoir Krakens. Or turn 2 that other 6-power thing. Is it a 6/5, the 3-drop in black? Does it die to the Voltage Surge? I must know. I do not want it to be a 6/4. I don't remember the name. Showdown Heavy. There we go. Ah, it's 6/4. Lame. Alright, well, that's probably not the direction you want to go then. What else do we have with 6 or more power? Do we have any options to search by 6 or more power? Nope. Alright, well, we'll get off that for a second. Let's see, what else was I thinking about? Oh, yes, the other major card is... Michiko's Reign of Truth. This might be, other than possibly Citanul Stalwart, but that's a little vulnerable to removal, this might be the card that becomes the most incredibly strong and impressive in a format where you just have 3 artifacts sitting around for free. Like, the speed at which you can play this and have it be a huge clock is real impressive. So, as I see it, I think that I have 3 different ways to build around these particular cards. We can either build blue-white artifact soldier aggro, green-white enchantment aggro, or blue-green 4-drop tribal. Aggro green-white enchantments is definitely very interesting to me with Michiko and Citanul. Blue-white soldiers gets to play Moonsnare prototype. There's why is this not turning? Oh, because it's considered a white card despite being colorless. Yotian Frontliner and Spectrum Sentinel with Moonsnare prototype are really interesting in a soldier's shell. You also get to play Michiko's Reign of Truth. Then you get to play... Alright, well, let's start with blue-white soldiers. I would want Yotian Frontliners. I would want Valiant Veterans. We probably want Brutal Cathar. Probably want Resolute Reinforcements. Probably want Mural. Probably want Spectrum Sentinel. Probably want Harbins. And then probably want... what's his name? Tezzeret's. So something like this out of soldiers is pretty interesting to me. Michiko's Reign of Truth, does it give the creature a constant buff that keeps updating to how many artifacts and enchantments you have, or does it count artifacts and enchantments when the ability resolves and then sticks at that until end of turn? Because I'm curious if you can play Michiko's Reign of Truth, pumping something, and then attack with Mural, make a bunch of artifact tokens, and have the creature grow. Checks when resolved and then sticks. That's what I thought. This is still with 25 lands in a best of one format, so presumably we also get to, like, play 2 more cards. I don't know what 2 more cards we would want. Maybe just something like Spell Pierce? Or maybe more 2-drop soldiers? I don't know. Oh, there is a soldier that makes more soldiers when it attacks, right? Yeah, this is probably a really good one. Although Zephyr Sentinel might actually be very desirable. Gives you a flyer to pump with Michiko's Reign of Truth. I also kind of want to try playing Spell Pierce in this deck. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to play Zephyr Sentinels. I wonder how many lands this deck actually ought to play. Yeah, there's a soldier counterspell. It requires you to play, like, 3 mana, though, right? I'm not sure if I think that's better than Spell Pierce. Did I get the sealed token? No, not yet. We'll do that eventually. It's this one, right? Great if you want to kick it. Well, I mean, I guess between Resolute Reinforcements and Zephyr Sentinels, we could hold up mana and not have that be terrible. What's the plan against Phyrexian Portal Reanimators? Kill him. Plan B to kill him. If we can't kill him, then make the deck faster and kill him sooner. How many lands do aggro decks play? Is it like cut 1 so you play 25 lands instead of 26? I don't know how to build aggro decks. They get the portal pretty fast into play? Yeah. But then you can just kill them. It's not entirely that hard to beat a resolved portal if the opponent's on like 2 life. 24 to 22. What are the break points for best of 1 hand smoothing algorithms? 22 divided by 60 times 7. It's 25.6, which means it tries to default to giving you 3. 21 divided by 60 times 7 is 24.5. So 22 is the important point. You don't want to go lower than that, or else it starts preferring to give you 2 lands over 3. But 22 is probably where we would want to go. Y times by 7. The opening hand algorithm looks at the 7 cards that are in your opening hand in best of 1 and will draw 2 phantom hands that you never see and then present to you to choose whether to mulligan or keep. Whichever of those 2 hands has a number of lands that is closer to the average number of lands in your deck, which means you're going to take the number of lands in your deck divided by the number of cards in your deck, so 22 divided by 60, multiplied by the number of cards in your opening hand. So 7, which means if you have 22 lands, you end up with the average number of lands in a random opening hand being, what did I just say, 25.6 repeating lands. So it rounds up, and if it draws a hand of 3 lands and a hand of 2 lands, it will show you the hand with 3 lands to choose to keep. And if you have 21 lands in your best of 1 deck, then the average number of lands in an opening hand is 2.45, so it would choose to show you the hand with 2 lands rather than the hand with 3. Am I going to be giving Mixed Seal Decathlon a try? We'll probably do Mixed Seal Decathlon. If not today, then tomorrow. I might qualify through this event and then just keep trying out different decks, since I have a couple of different ideas that are interesting to me. Let's see. I like Mural a lot, but I am a little worried that Mural's not really where we ought to be in this format, because it dies to Voltage Surge, even if it doesn't die to Voltage Surge the turn you play it, which isn't great. I can't help but feel like Tezzeret's probably better. It's amusing that we're considering putting Tezzeret in a deck where the passive ability has literally no impact whatsoever, but But we could just cut the murals and then just play the Tezzerets. I should probably be playing more Tezzerets. Maybe even 4 Tezzerets, honestly, because we're playing 8 1-drops that Tezzeret down ticks on. Well, 12 1-drops, actually, that Tezzeret down ticks on to turn into hasty 4/4s. Does anybody else make an artifact? No. In addition to just the random artifact tokens. So, like, if we drew multiple Tezzerets and just kept playing Tezzeret turn after turn after turn, that would not be bad. Maybe add Thalia? Is Thalia good? Maybe? I don't know. We could try Thalia. Are any of these cards... We have Tezzeret, Michiko, Moonsnare. Moonsnare Thalia doesn't really interact in a bad way with. So we could hypothetically cut something for Thalia. I don't think I want to start with Thalia, though. I feel like Thalia does low amounts of damage, and I want to do damage. It's worth noting, I am very worried this deck is incredibly weak to Brotherhood's End, which is probably one of the better cards in the format. Most of the aggro decks that I'm about to make are probably going to be bad to Brotherhood's End, though, so that's not necessarily new. Let's go with 4 Fortified Beachheads, land, 4 blue-white Painlands, an Otawara, an Eiganjo, no tap lands, not about that life. Basics. we're probably going to want quite a bit more blue lands than white lands, since Moonsnare Prototype is our only 1-drop that cares about color, and Tezzeret is our only double-colored pip. That gives us 4, 8, 9, 16 blue sources on turn 1. And MTG, how many sources for a 1 CC card? I guess, no, if we're going to turn 2 Tezzeret, we don't actually care about colored sources because we're cracking a treasure in that scenario regardless. So even though functionally Tezzeret's a turn 2 Lord of Atlantis, we're getting one of the colors fixed anyway, so yeah, that's actually trivial to cast. In a world where we're not using the treasure for Tezzeret, if we assume we want to cast Tezzeret on turn 3 with no treasure, we would need 18 blue sources, of which we have 16. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Alright, let's... I hate that you can't click here to rename decks anymore. You have to go into this screen. So much less efficient. Okay, so that's blue-white soldiers. And then let's do green-white enchantment. So this one gets Citanul Stalwart and Generous Visitor. Probably not Kami of Transience. Teachings of the Kirin, probably yes. Weaver of Harmony, probably yes. Jukai Naturalist, yes. Is it worth it to do Rite of Harmony in this deck, I wonder? Michiko's Reign of Truth, yes. Why no Recruitment Officer? Because Recruitment Officer isn't an artifact, so we can't cast it for 1 mana with Moonsnare Prototype on turn 1. And it does not pump Michiko's Reign of Truth, which is, I think, what I would like to try to prioritize. Maybe it's better than the 1/2 colorless artifact soldier. It does have an activated ability. There's also a 1 mana 2/1 artifact creature in white that is an... It's not a soldier, but it is a Savannah Lions that's an artifact. But I think being a soldier is better than that. Kind of splitting the difference on a couple of different ideas. We'll see. Wedding announcement? Yeah, wedding announcement's a possibility. I think we probably want Spirited Companion. And then I have tended to find that in enchantments, I prefer Restoration of Eiganjo to Wedding Announcement. I don't know if that's as true with a version that's aggressive, though. I've never actually built one of those. Hallowed Haunting, I'm pretty sure we're very excited about. So, with this version, it's playing Weaver of Harmony and Spirited Companion in an attempt to get onto the board faster for Michiko's Reign of Truth. I might just not want to play Wedding Announcement at all. But I'm also not sure whether Restoration of Eiganjo really is better or worse than... I'm pretty sure Restoration of Eiganjo is better than Wedding Announcement still. I gotta feel like Rite of Harmony is still really powerful, but I have no clue how one would best fit that. I'm pretty sure we would need to go to 24 lands with this deck, which means just straight up cutting a 4 of. What's the worst 4 of here? I don't know between Weaver of Harmony and Spirited Companion. At some point I need to actually test Weaver of Harmony, but I kind of feel like maybe it's the cut here. It's definitely powerful pretty often, but I think I'd rather have Spirited Companion with Michiko's Reign of Truth and Hallowed Haunting. So at that point, our land base would look like Eiganjo, Boseiju, Brushland, and then just basics from there, I guess? That's a lot of basics. Is Kirin worth? Yeah, teaching as the Kirin is actually way better than you would typically expect. It's very powerful with Rite of Harmony and Hallowed Haunting. It just makes a lot of creatures very fast. Although it occurs to me that we're actually not playing any copies of Catilda, the 3-drop. And that's probably sketchy. But maybe it's acceptable? I don't actually know that Catilda is like hyper necessary other than beating aggro decks and Shieldred. And maybe this deck is fast enough that it doesn't need to try to do that sort of game plan? Depends on how much of a difference Citanul Stalwart makes, and I don't know how to evaluate that just right away. So maybe we just try to lean harder into Generous Visitor shenanigans. Worth testing. Okay. With Michiko, don't you want the Kami of Transience plan over the Haunting plan? I don't know. I feel like with the additional mana acceleration this deck has, since it's got a Treasure and Citanul Stalwart, it might not be very hard to make Hallowed Haunting give everything flying very early. Why no Triome? Triome's tapped. I don't know if I love that. Especially with the amount of things we want to be doing on the first 2 turns. At least in this case, if I was going to play a dual land, it would probably be the green-white untapped if it's your 3rd land. but I might have to still play some number of that. I want to try to maximize the ability to play both of our lands untapped on the first 2 turns. Having to play a tap land on turn 2 feels like it would be pretty bad for this deck. How'd you go, Calper? How goes it? So we play like 2 overgrown farmland. That gives us 14 turn 1 green sources. And 12 turn 2 white sources. That's probably okay. If I've got 8 green 1-drops, I'm probably going to need more than 14 green sources, though. $15 most likely. I suppose we get some mercy in that Citanul Stalwart makes white, which helps with the Hallowed Haunting concerns. We have Thran Portal. That just seems like a very bad idea. 14 green on 1 is fine, but the more you need to have green on 1, the more you would want kind of more than 14. Because if we have Citanul Stalwart or Generous Visitor in our opening hand and we don't have a green source, our game plan is kind of entirely in trouble. I'm staring at Thran Portal, trying to convince myself that Thran Portal is a bad idea. I know it's a bad idea, but I'm kind of wondering if I want to replace overgrown farmland with it. I think I would rather be on Hallowed Haunting than the green Kami that grows. I've not usually been impressed with the green Kami. Maybe this deck is aggressive enough that it can actually take it, and maybe Rite of Harmony is the wrong thing to be doing. But for starters, I want to try this version because I'm more familiar with it, but that's not the same thing as thinking that I'm, starting with the correct version. I'm going to play a Thran Portal. Why not? I crafted 4 of these things. I should play it eventually, right? They wouldn't have printed a card if it was just too bad to play, right? Okay. Well, before we try out these 2 aggro decks, let's look really quick. These aren't necessarily for this deck, but the green-blue mono Soul Ring deck that's all about playing 4-drops. I'm curious what 4-drops might be powerful enough to be worth playing. Equipment or vehicle? So you could pretty reliably play Anchor to Reality on turn 2. Are there any good artifacts or vehicles in Standard? No, equipment or vehicles, right? Where cost is not an object, no, there are no good equipment. We could play a turn 2 Thundersteel Colossus. Is that, like, remotely worth trying? It's really, really weird that Thundersteel Colossus is the best vehicle in Standard. That feels so strange. Huh. How do you play it on turn 2? So turn 1, you play either Citanul Stalwart or Moonsnare Prototype. On turn 2, you get a treasure as your second artifact, and you tap your non-treasure artifact to either Citanul Stalwart or Moonsnare, sack your treasure, and tap your 2 lands to cast Anchored to Reality, sacrificing your non-treasure artifact token and putting Thundersteel into play, which is the same way that we would play Tezzeret. In that hypothetical deck, we would just play 8 turn 1 mana dorks, 4 Tezzerets, 4 of Anchor to Reality, and then I don't know what the rest of the deck would be. Yeah, you don't get to swing with it the turn it comes into play is a little lame. Similarly, if you turn 2 Tezzeret, the 4/4 you make is going to be tapped, and the 4/4 you make the next turn, if you choose to do that, will end up being Summoning Sick. But, I mean, that's still a lot of action. Pretty quick. People play a Braid against Leveler? That doesn't sound like a very good answer to Leveler. I guess it's a pretty decent answer to, well, it's an acceptable answer to the, whatchamacallit, 5-drop Mightstone and Weakstone. Could be. What other 4-drops we got? Hypothetically, with Citanul Stalwart and a treasure token, we can make these any 4-drops from any colors. They don't just need to be blue-green. I'm not sure turn 2 Shieldred's actually particularly good, but it is very cute. It's turn 2 Teferi, but I don't know how to make a very good plan around Teferi. Would not be an aggressive one for sure. Saheeli could be a reasonable 4-drop, although really just making 2 1/1 tokens doesn't sound too appealing, and then drawing a card. It's only like a slightly better version of pretty medium cards. What if you could do something interesting with 5-color Joda? Probably not. Yeah, I'm not sure there's enough good 4-drops for me to be excited about that blue-green version of the deck. Alright. Never on Curve MTG! Thanks for the raid! How'd the stream go? And in the meantime, do we want to start with the enchantment aggro deck or the artifact aggro deck? Pretty good? Good to hear. What were you up to? You know what? I can do a poll, can't I? Can I, like, do this and click this? Question. Boom. All right. Boop. 2 minutes. I think that might be the first poll I've ever run on Twitch. I'm learning so many new techniques for things I can do to make the stream interactive. Got a couple of rank up in Platinum using a fun white, black, green standard best of 1 deck. Ooh. White, black, green standard best of 1. So no Triome. That sounds interesting. Jets? Wait, Jets what? You're gonna have to elaborate. No Triumph, I basically just fun stuff to loof off Shigeki. Now, okay, that sounds like a good time to me. I am a notorious fan of my own typically very bad Shigeki decks. Something about just absolute inevitability feels so satisfying, even if most of the time you don't get to the inevitability part. I clipped they wouldn't have printed a card if it was just too bad to play should Thraben Portal ever betray you. I'm definitely expecting Thraben Portal to betray me. I do not think that card is good. You know, there's not a lot of point for me to run a poll if y'all just split the vote 50-50 when I'm undecided. That's extremely unhelpful. Probably need Catilda to make the pain irrelevant. Well, I mean, the pain is irrelevant if we kill the opponent. So, that's kind of the goal. Hey, there we go. Blue-white artifact soldier aggro. Perfect. We successfully didn't go 50-50. Let's go with gold. Submit. Have I ever tried making Vesuvan Diplomancy deck? Is that the 4-mana enchantment that copies things when you cast with it? In which case, I have not. It's a cool card, but I have not built around it. Alright, so we have... No, I mean, this does the thing. Let's go ahead and make a food token, I guess? Now, it's probably better to play the treasure token on the off chance our opponent has a Spell Pierce. Wait, it's not how Spell Pierce works. Oh dear. Let's see. Spectrum Sentinel, I guess, is the best turn 1 card. So, Moon Snare prototype. And a 1-drop. Alright. Let's see where this goes. Have I heard of Magic Vanilla? I have not. Oh, look at that! Spectrum Sentinel already gaining life. Delightful. Okay, clue token then. Beachhead, Frontliner, combat, swing for 1, play a Frontliner, play a Frontliner, pass. We have Zephyr Sentinel up on the off chance the opponent plays any kind of targeted removal spell. Opponent makes more treasure tokens. Well, this is certainly interesting, isn't it? I can attack with 2/2/2 Yotian Frontliners. Could attack with a bunch of 1/1 Resolute Reinforcements, which is probably the best option if we were to top deck. This costs a lot of mana to activate. If we were to top deck one of the 2-drop Anthem creatures, but I feel like just bouncing the Spectrum Sentinel and developing the largest flyer is probably the best course of action here. Snare Prototype we're going to hold on to as a removal spell. Boom. Boom. Do you have to tap this to sacrifice it? No. Good stuff. Do you have to tap the... It's interesting that you have to tap the food to sacrifice it, but you don't have to tap a clue to sacrifice it. So I have 3 mana with which to activate a Fortified Beachhead, so 2 more mana if we wish to activate Beachheads. Opponent can definitely start doing a lot of stuff with those Galagreeters. We really want to draw an Anthem. Did not draw an Anthem. Okay. Well, that might mean that we end up being too slow here. Alright, opponent. This is presumably the turn where they start doing a lot of extremely powerful nonsense. That is not a lot of extremely powerful nonsense. This is making me wonder if we do want a little more top end, because not having drawn any of the 4-drops or any of the 2-drop Lord effects has been kind of not good. What other good fast Anthem effects do we have? Mightstone and Weakstone does not feel like a card that matters very much. Yeah, there's Trenches. Maybe that's playable? Alright, let's crack this, see if we get another Zephyr Sentinel in response. Don't. We get a Frontliner. Fine. Opponent tap to the food token instead of the clue token, which means they cannot crack the food here if they end up needing to do so to stay alive. Well, we certainly have a lot of bodies that are completely invalidated by 2 toughness. Oh, we also have that 2-drop that would allow our entire team to attack through the air that we could draw. Huh. I imagine I'm probably supposed to Moonsnare Prototype Mightstone here. Leave them with only 7, 8 mana, drawing into 9. That actually isn't helpful at all, is it? Well, I'm probably supposed to attack with everybody then. I lose 2 permanents for doing so, but that's probably correct. Because if they end up killing our smaller creatures, that does mean they're not killing the frontliner, and that's something. More damage. Would I rather play a frontliner or activate Moonsnare Prototype? I'm not entirely sure that there's actually all that many things I could Moonsnare Prototype that are meaningful here. I think what I actually do want to do is play out the Moonsnare Prototype. In fact, I think if I had done that earlier, I would have turned this untapped land into the ability to activate Fortified Beachhead, and that probably would have been good enough to threaten lethal here. And there's definitely a possibility the opponent could Brotherhood's End. Cityscape Leveler should target a Moonsnare Prototype. Targets a Frontliner, which, actually, that Power Stone token's a huge... Oh, they couldn't target a Moonsnare Prototype because we'd get a Power Stone token. Huh. Alright. So they gain life here. They made the mistake of tapping the food again. Oh, okay. Well, we could also just top deck lethal easily. Then I don't have to do any math, which is kind of boring, but okay. Let's find out if the opponent's got removal. Boink. 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 Yeah, this Harbin card feels pretty good. I was playing 3 of it, right? That's probably the correct number? Maybe 4 is correct? Okay, maybe we don't need trenches. Maybe I just need to believe in Harbin more. Still a little uncertain if the Moonsnare prototypes actually looked worthwhile compared to just playing 1-drops. Uncertain. But, alright. Let's try this again. This is probably too many lands to have kept. I don't know if you necessarily need Harbin in play early. Like, Harbin's functionally very close to having haste. So you can just top deck Harbin. Make a food token. Play a Moonsnare prototype. Tappy the food token. Play Spectrum Sentinel. Uldaran Epicure. Not the most fun thing to Brutal Cathar, to be honest. But I guess Brutal Catharing it is what we're doing regardless. We may have accidentally flooded a tiny bit. I guess the good news is we get to turn it to night if we top deck another land, so that's something. But it also opens us up to just getting Brutal Cathar hit by a removal spell here, and that would be extremely sad. Okay. Blood Tithe Harvester is not yet a removal spell. There's a flash spell. Okay. So let's... crack this clue. Another Brutal Cathar, you say? Okay. In which case, I have no good attacks, so pass it shall be. Hopefully, yeah, they do not end up attempting to kill our Brutal Cathar at end of turn, which would have succeeded and made me sad. Ward 3 on the Moonrage Brute, sure. We at least get some damage out of that. Graveyard Trespasser. Flips back to day. Oh no, it doesn't, because that was the first spell. That's actually an issue. Yeah... I might not have any responses to that. Oh, Valiant Veteran's a good start. No good attacks here. But we can at least get rid of the Graveyard Glutton. Won't be doing it here, but we'll be doing it on their turn when it turns back to day. The question is if that's even right. It probably is. I'm not going to get a ton of use out of this island. The Brutal Cathar Voltage Surge does kill it. They have infinity things to sack. Yeah, Brotherhood's End also basically beats us single-handedly. But we are unlikely to be able to ever beat a deck with Brotherhood's End. That might be a pretty fundamental problem that we need to figure out a way around. Okay. Well, that's not entirely true, I guess. If we actually... Ooh, perfect. I needed this to pop up. If we draw Tezzeret at any point, that's actually pretty decent as insulation against Brotherhood's End. We probably want to be playing for Tezzeret, now that I've seen those games. In the Festivities isn't so much of a problem. We do a pretty good job of not having a bunch of 1 toughness creatures, if we so choose. Well, that's true. We could also do the blue one. No, that's a very good point. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, we've kind of not drawn Michiko's Reign of Truth at all. Do Do I want to use this treasure? I probably do, because that lets us actually get the +1/+1 out of the Yotian Frontliner. No, my Yotian Frontliner. Gone before their time. Ooh. Alright. Tezzeret's interesting, although I've used up all of my effects that synergize with it at this point. Should I have Reign of Truth here? I probably would prefer to Reign of Truth next turn. So I think we just pass and hold up either Reinforcements or Zephyr Sentinel, depending on what the opponent does here. Jugan defends the temple, sure. I think we just go with Resolute Reinforcements here. Ooh. Well, Brutal Cathar is tempting. I thought my play this turn was Yotian Frontliner, Michiko's Reign of Truth. And it probably still is, but removing their mana dork is definitely tempting. I'm pretty sure Michiko's Reign of Truth is just so busted that that's what I'm supposed to be doing as soon as it's most effective. No slip sliding around on me here. Let's see, if they have a 1-mana removal spell, I would probably prefer that 1-mana removal spell to target this Frontliner, given that it is not the one that is sticking around. Turn 3 attack for 10 seems pretty cool. Guess maybe that was a reason to play the Zephyr Sentinel instead of the Resolute Reinforcements. Next turn, I would have preferred to be able to put the Michiko's Reign of Truth on a flyer. But... oh, okay. So, I was thinking playing Zephyr Sentinel instead of Resolute Reinforcements made it more vulnerable that I would get hit by a removal spell from the first Michiko's Reign of Truth. But because I wasn't targeting the Zephyr Sentinel with the first Michiko's Reign of Truth trigger, that really wasn't an issue. Okay. What kind of silly chaotic transformation stuff do we get up to, opponent? Portal Phyrexia. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't really care. I mean, it is almost sort of annoying. Oh, okay, the Titan of Industry is actually a real problem. Alright, alright. This is from any graveyard? Yeah. Is any of my stuff too much of an issue? No. So I'm mostly just gonna have to hope they don't have a removal spell for this Brutal Cathar. Definitely not beating them getting another Titan of Industry. Okay, that we can live with. I really probably should be playing Spell Pierces. We keep getting into a lot of scenarios where that would be very good. Okay. Well, they discarded a card that didn't matter. Pretty sure we're just supposed to Tezzeret here.
I am more than human. You don't stand a chance. Meet your killer.
What rank are we? This event isn't ranked. And the season just reset, so I think I'm still Platinum. Last season, I think I finished at like rank 50 or something, though. Mostly because the deck we found in Alchemy was a pretty good one. Alright, so they end up reanimating another Resolute Reinforcements. I'm mostly fine with that. We are playing the Decathlon event today. Which is best of one standard, except you get this gift bag emblem that gives you 3 tokens over the first 3 turns. Yeah, alright. Titan of Industry is going to be a bit of a problem. Last time they decided not to make a 4/4, which was very good for us. Hopefully that winds up being the case again. Nope. No such luck. A wee bit unfortunate. Oh, wow. Going and getting rid of the clue token rather than the 4/4. Huh. I will consider myself happy with that. What do I want to get rid of here? Probably Frontliner. And then we can exile the Titan of Industry. I could choose to attack the 4/4. Do I wish to? Not really. Unearth when it leaves the battlefield? Yes. Okay. Could I have sacked the clue with the Tezzeret ability? Yes, apparently. I forgot about that. Good catch. I kind of just automatically assumed the Tezzeret ability was irrelevant because none of the cards we put in our deck can do anything with it. But you raise a very good point. There are cards that are not in our deck. Yeah, so Yona gets the Frontliner here. Still mostly in a lot of trouble the second the opponent finds any removal spells for Brutal Cathar. Why do they want to throw away this Resolute Reinforcements? Curious. They have some kind of pump spell? None that I can imagine would make a lot of sense. You want something in our graveyard? Yeah. They can do that. I'm not sure that's actually that much better than them just grabbing Spectrum Sentinel, to be honest, but yeah, they can. Oh, do we play Zephyr Sentinel here? Do I want to do that? I wouldn't be returning anything. I would basically just be playing a flying attacker. Kind of think I don't really want to. Maybe not. Unclear. I'm gonna go with no. I don't have a good reason to say no. I'm just gonna say no, though. Alright, Let's draw 2. Oh, well, ain't that all very interesting. I don't really want the opponent to have the capacity to reanimate any of these. They're actually all quite annoying. Do I want to try to flip it to night? Maybe, although that involves not playing anything other than Zephyr Sentinel, which kind of sucks. I guess I could discard Valiant Veteran and then just activate it immediately. Probably not good. No, I think our play is Brutal Cathar and Valiant Veteran. Michiko's Reign of Truth actually isn't all that useful anymore. Since we've gotten rid of all of our artifacts. Zephyr Sentinel isn't optional? The card would go to their hand? Oh, Zephyr Sentinel. I was so confused because there were 2 cards with Sentinel. Zephyr Sentinel is optional because it's up to 1, so you can just choose to return 0. The Sentinel for cover doesn't do a lot here for me. Yeah. Because returning a Brutal Cathar doesn't accomplish very much. Yeah, the second portal I probably can't beat. They're just playing 4 Titan of Industries, huh? Yeah. Well, that's not going to give me enough tools to activate the Harbin. And the 4th Titan of Industry trigger is likely going to get there. They're kind of making a pretty big mistake making choices that aren't gaining life, but I don't think I have the capacity to actually punish it. I keep mana open with Sentinel, but I don't want to play Sentinel. Because playing it doesn't do very much. Land not helpful. Alright, there's the Resolute Reinforcements. Do I have any capacity? What are my odds of not dying here? 14, 18, 22... Oh, the Brutal Cathar's in the graveyard. Shoot. That kind of ruins things. Okay. That means I'm dead, right? It doesn't mean I'm dead, but it does mean that I can't crack back with 5 creatures no matter what I top deck, which was the necessary out. Ugh. Almost got there. But the second Chaotic Transformation... Brutal Cathar might not actually be a card we super want. It's been unimpressively slow in all these games. Okay, this looks excellent. We get to just play Tezzeret on turn 2. Does the Kaldheim board have the best music? I don't know that I've ever listened to any of the in-game music, to be honest. Treasure token, island, tap the food, play Tezzeret.
Facing me is choosing death. How foolish of you.
Do I want to downtick this now so that I'm safe? If I uptick Tezzeret, there's the risk they pump the Lizard Blades and kill the 5 toughness Tezzeret. Kind of feel like I'd rather just have the 5/5 guaranteed.
This is what real progress looks like.
And by 5/5 I mean 4/4.
What a fool! I have no patience for failure.
The uptick would be a lot more tempting if I actually had any artifact in hand to discard to Tezzeret. Now we're oddly constrained on white sources. Deals that much damage to target creature or planeswalker, so they can deal 2 damage to something, so I really would prefer not to play any Valiant Veteran here. Could play Michiko's Reign of Truth, but then I guess I could crack the Clue with the other 2 mana. I don't really want to crack the Clue, though. I think I just want to keep making 4/4s with Tezzeret that require them to attack.
No one's coming to save you.
They deal 4? I don't believe so. Oh, they can tap Lizard Blades. Yeah, that's fair. I forgot that was an artifact because it was red. So yeah, they could kill a 4/4, but then they're not killing Tezzeret, which is basically just the same thing as killing Tezzeret.
A minor setback. Nothing more.
Alright. Time to find out how restricted we wind up. Okay, Lizard Blades with Michiko's Reign of Truth. That makes sense. That's good. Okay, that's something castable, which is a pretty big get. Three, 6. Well, I am dead, so we hope they don't notice that. Oh, I shouldn't have played the Frontliner. I should have tried to get them to put the buff on the Lizard Blades. And then used the flash blocker. That's interesting. So, not being able to block Lizard Blades on a Michiko's turn wound up being the biggest problem there. Which might have meant that the second Tezzeret was wrong? Either way, we were really restricted on not having access to double white in that draw. The biggest downside with that seems to have been that it didn't actually have any meaningful way to take advantage of Moonsnare prototype, because ramping on turn 2 actually wasn't beneficial for the deck. I was thinking we would do a better job of playing 2 spells on turn 2, but we never really did. The Tezzeret making the 4/4s that were tapped was also a bigger deal than I was expecting. Which is really only bad if the opponent plays a 2-power creature, but I think that's pretty frequent. So if we were to cut the Moonsnare prototypes, I was kind of thinking we'd get around to channeling these more often, but we never did, which was kind of weird. So in that case, we wouldn't necessarily need the Spectrum Sentinel, although they're still beneficial with the Reign of Truths. We could instead switch our mana around, play the Recruitment Officers, although those are kind of slow. Are there any 2-drops that are appealing? Not a ton. There's, I guess, Thalia. I don't think that I'm interested in Thalia, though. Denick. I don't think I'm interested in Denick. No, I guess what I probably want then is Spell Pierces. Is there anything else that makes multiple soldiers other than Resolute Reinforcements? Do you make... You're a knight, though. You don't make a second soldier. Cathar Commando? It could be alright, but we have a lot of 2-drops. I don't know that we need more 2-drops. There's Mural, but Mural has to actually attack, which is kind of restrictive. It's a wee bit slow. What's the wording on Mural? Mural makes tokens back that aren't... Yeah. Turn 2 Mural might actually be better than Tezzeret. Now, having experienced that Tezzeret's tokens being tapped is actually kind of frequent. I do not believe there's any Raise the Alarm in the format. I think there's just Resolute Reinforcements. What about something that makes multiple artifacts if we really want to try harder with Michiko's Reign of Truth? Anything like that? I don't think our mana could support playing King Darien. I guess we can more easily play some number of Thalia now that our only thing that gets taxed is Michiko's Reign of Truth. Or Spell Pierce, but Spell Pierce getting taxed by Thalia isn't necessarily a downside, since Spell Pierce is stronger if your opponent's stuff that you want to Spell Pierce is also being taxed. Probably can't play that many Spell Pierces in a world where we no longer have filtering through Tezzeret. I'm not sure that Harbin is actually very reliant on haste. Definitely don't think we can afford the tap lands. Yeah, the 3-drop flyer is pretty interesting. Maybe it just gives us the amount of card draw that we're looking for. Maybe that's better than Mural. And better than Thalia. Oh, right, this also makes artifacts, which is a pretty big deal for Michiko. Try something like that. We could see how that does. Not having Siege Veteran is pretty weird. That's a lot of 3-drops, isn't it? I don't know that we want to do that many 3-drops. I also feel like Siege Veteran's probably kind of slow in this format. Like, we're losing a lot of games because we die to something giant happening because we didn't kill the opponent fast enough. That goes the Decathlon. We are just starting out. But we got some fun decks to try. Take a look at the deck list? Sure. You got a link? I actually cleared out a bunch of decks, so we have a ton of room to take a look at stuff. Yeah. Pretty much everything that I cleared out was decks that we had imported to take a look at. So I guess it comes full circle. So we were unimpressed in blue-white with the Moonsnare prototype. That probably doesn't apply to green-white as much because it still, with Citanul Stalwart, has, I think, a lot more functional card draw. So the additional mana has more utility. Potentially still a little nervous that this might be too slow, but it feels weird to say a deck that's only 2 drops and then 2 cards that are more expensive than 2 mana might be slow. I am not sure how to feel about that. Do 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 do. Download as MTG Arena. Oh no, I see, not download, export. Right. Goldfish's interface always confuses me. Import. Successfully imported. Doodly 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 doo. Where did it go? Where did it go? Is this it? Yes. Terzian Mindbreaker. Okay. Flame Blast Bolt, Voltage Surge Split. Voltage Surge with Fable, big scores. Number of non-land permanents they control. So, what's the objective here? Turbo Mill? So, fair warning, this basically doesn't work, sadly. If you copy the Terzian Mindbreaker trigger with Ishin, you mill half their deck and then half their deck again, which means you actually only mill 75% of their deck. And you'll get them to probably like 4 cards in library if you attack with Terzian Mindbreaker and get 4 triggers in total. But it actually kind of takes a while for that to be lethal. Fable should work. Same problem as Ishin. You attack with 2 Terizian Mindbreakers, 2 triggers go on the stack. If they got 40 cards in deck, the first trigger mills 20, the second trigger mills 10, they still end up with 10 cards left in their deck. Most of these effects that mill half of a library are really bad on their own. Or, not bad, but like, they don't actually win the game on their own. Where they're powerful is where you play an effect that mills half of their library, and then have some other effect that mills a set number of cards to finish it off, unfortunately. So, like, if the objective is to go all in on Terizian Mindbreaker and then get to, like, attack twice with it, and then control, and, like, that's your win con, sometimes that can be reasonable. But in this case, if you're dedicating all your resources to making it happen, you're probably not going to be able to survive the 5 or so turns after that you need to actually make it do anything, sadly. Traumatize, it's got utility. Actually, I think most of the uses for Traumatize involve casting it on yourself. But if you want to build a mill deck with effects that mill half your opponent's library, that has its place. It typically needs to be part of a mill game plan and not the entirety of a mill game plan. Yeah, so if you have Ishin, Fable, and Mindbreaker, and you get 4 triggers, you mill 20, 10, 5, 3, leave them with 2. But at that point, like, you're almost better off just attempting to kill him with, like, 8/8 Tramplers, I feel like. It's not that it, like, completely wouldn't work, it's just gonna be tricky. Also, is Over the Top better than Chaotic Transformation? So Over the Top works for your opponent too. You'll have some random tokens sitting around for Over the Top. Does Chaotic Transformation hit an artifact? No. Oh, yeah. The first one's artifact. So Chaotic Transformation does always hit your Mindbreaker. It costs less mana. Over the top of mills them. Yeah. I guess it probably does mill like 4 cards. That is sort of something. But I gotta say that looking at it, it does kind of feel to me like there's a pretty decent chance that the Mindbreaker just ends up being worse than... what's that 8-drop's name? It might just be worse than Cityscape Leveler, sadly. But Leveler I do kind of like. I don't know necessarily if Ishin winds up working out with that, although, I don't know, I've never really explored Ishin with Fable. That's kind of cool. Squeeze, probably fine. But at that point, yeah, I'd probably be more interested in exploring Chaotic Transformation to get out Cityscape Leveler than the other way around. Rather than Over the Top, that is to say. How many... Chaotic Transformation... Is it weird to me to kind of want to explore doing, like, none of the Squeeze or Ishins, and then Chaotic Transformation for a creature and an artifact gets 2 Cityscape Levelers? I guess that's still not 20 damage, even if you give him a haste with Bitter Reunion. It's so close to 20 damage with haste, though. If we wanted to make the Mindbreaker thing work, because I don't want to just poop on dreams. What effects actually mill the opponent for like the last 10 cards efficiently that would combo well with that? There's not a lot of effects right now that mill your opponent, huh? Is this a... I don't think this is alchemy. I think this is standard. There's Founding of the Third Path, although I don't know that I would call Founding good. There's kind of no cards that mill your opponent, huh? Blah. Maddening Cacophony? Ah, gosh, we wish. Yeah, I don't know how to make the Mindbreaker thing work, unfortunately. I'm not seeing the support cards for it. Because what you really want to pair with Mindbreaker would be something that could mill like 4 or 5. And the only option I'm seeing for that is in a different color and also doesn't have a lot of other utility. Yeah, I mean, if you can attack with a huge number of Teresian Mindbreakers and mill them out, that is fun. And I have no arguments against working very hard to make fun happen. The only problem is, I feel like there's a very, very, very strong chance that any time you get enough Teresian Mindbreaker triggers to mill the opponent out, you've probably already attacked them for like 30 damage. Which kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. We got any other cool attack triggers we could try? Yeah. Maybe Levelers is just better, but you're fighting uphill since they get permanents with Over the Top. My recommendation would be switch Over the Top for Chaotic Transformation. I think that's mostly going to be much easier to make work. Which would mean, like, not playing Ishin, not playing Squee. And then basically at that point you're just a Cityscape Leveler with Haste deck, which I don't really want to make that recommendation because that isn't necessarily a very fun or unique deck at this point. But, yeah. I'm not sure I've got super good options for how to make Over the Top good. This is it's a pretty commandery card. Blood Vial Purveyor giving your opponent a bunch of blood tokens to mill them out with over the top is probably not good. That might be trying too hard. I don't know. It's too bad Rebel Rousing doesn't put the tokens into play tapped, or it would actually be like a pretty interesting combo with Ishin. Get 2 meld triggers with Mishra. So because Mishra, I think all cards that meld specify that the cards get exiled and then come back melded. The second trigger basically treats the Mishra that made that trigger as though that Mishra no longer exists. So the second meld trigger doesn't do very much. But the second Mishra trigger that drains X life, that happens again. That part's cool. Issue with Thundering Raiju is also kind of cute. Maybe too slow, but still cute. Is Ishin with Harbin so you get 2 Harbin triggers overkill? Just casually play 4-color, and then your trigger anytime you ever, when Harbin's trigger triggers and instantly wins the game, which it does every time it triggers, you win the game twice instead of just once, right? Everybody loves winning the game twice. Ishin Ulamog, there's your mill strategy. I mean, I'm pretty sure Explorer is a lot faster than that, but yeah. Ulamog mill 40. That'll usually... Actually, that probably still doesn't do it most of the time either. Ulamog and Mindbreaker probably mill approximately the same number of cards off of 2 triggers on average. Oh. Yeah, I wish I had better advice to give, but I don't know exactly what to do for that one. Alright. Let's see. We were going to try blue-white with changes. Now more disruptive and less artifacty. Okay. This looks relatively real. We are going to hope we draw a 3rd land. Otherwise, not having Brutal Cathars is going to be very, very, very bad. Create a treasure, play an island. There's our 3rd land. Okay. Opponent on Tranquil Cove. What could that mean? Blue-white would normally make me think soldiers, but I don't think you would ever want to play a tap land in soldiers. Yeah, it might be an Invoke Justice deck, although Invoke Justice usually doesn't play that much blue that I've ever seen. I'm not giving us a lot to Brutal Cathar here. Wandering Emperor? No? Okay. Well, I guess we'll pass and crack the clue and hold up Spell Pierce then? Faithful Mending. Okay, so it is a Reanimator deck. That we should be extremely well positioned against with 2 Spell Pierces. In this format, you don't even need to be running blue for Spell Pierce to be castable. Having a guaranteed treasure is a lot of fixing. Yeah, though it does kind of require you to play blue in order to have more than 1 copy of Spell Pierce. You don't want to, get to the 2nd copy of Spell Pierce and never have any capacity to ever play the 2nd copy. Opponent not playing any creatures is really making my Brutal Cathar game plan weirder. However, the triple Spell Pierce against 5-drop Reanimator spell deck game plan, that part's good. Okay, there we go. There's magic cards. What does the emblem do? For the first 3 turns, each turn you get to choose one that hasn't been chosen, make a treasure, make a clue, make a food. So lots of extra artifacts to make things like Michiko's Reign of Truth extremely good. Alright, so we're lining up lethal on the opponent next turn, and we've got triple Spell Pierce. I feel... Oh, okay. Faithful Mend? Yeah, fair enough. I forgot. I don't think I want to double Spell Pierce Faithful Mending. I guess they also have the food token, so we're not really actually all that close to lethal at all. Still, game plan triple Spell Pierce seems good, regardless. It's too bad there's no reanimation spell right now that makes use of Power Stones. The 3-drop draw 2, discard 1, make a Power Stone would be a super powerful reanimator spell. If, like, that Power Stone did anything. Okay. Temporary walk down. Oh no! This does counter 3 Spell Pierces, so that works. Oh, no, only 2. Yeah. I don't know why I thought they could counter 1 more of those. Bonk. Oh no! The good old triple Spell Pierce. They never see it coming. Michiko's Reign of Truth does a lot of work making Spell Pierce look like a very good card. This feels sort of like playing the world's weirdest legacy aggro deck. We're just playing weird, bad, aggressive cards that are somehow good and a pile of dazes. Okay, I like this hand. Treasure. Hopefully the opponent has no ability to interact and we just attack for 6 on turn 2. We have no plan after we attack for 6 on turn 2, but it's going to be a really cool turn 2. Alright, and now we are once again in the position where if our opponent plays Brotherhood's End, the game is over, but if they don't play Brotherhood's End, we're happy. Yay! We're happy! Look at that. I was really hoping we draw a land so I could Brutal Cathar that too. Oh well. Pump the Veteran, pump a Frontliner. Opponent blocks a 2/2. Am I okay with that? I think I'm okay with that. Alright, let's pass. If they've got a board wipe, now we can Zephyr Sentinel at the end of their turn. If they pop a removal spell on Valiant Veteran, we get to pick Valiant Veteran up with Zephyr Sentinel. If they board wipe here, I get to do 2 Yotian Frontliners, which is 2, 4, 6. So not lethal if they Brotherhood's End me, but not terribly far away either. Put this up. Zephyr Sentinel goes to 4. 6. No, so I don't think we have any desire to do that. No! Ah, the lethal with an untapped land would have been fun. Think I just have to go for lethal otherwise? Different, less fun lethal, as far as I can tell. Pump the Valiant Veteran, pump the Frontliner. Seems like 8 damage. Only thing we had to make sure to do there was pump the Valiant Veteran so they didn't get to get rid of our Anthem on first strike. Well, that worked. Who needs the 3rd land drop when you can attack for 6 on turn 2? Plan don't get hit by Brotherhood's End, still fairly effective. For that matter, I wonder if we should try to make the blue-red Haughty Djinn control deck, but just, like, play 4 copies of Brotherhood's End. See how effective that is. I don't think it benefits very strongly from any of the cards in the format, but it probably is still, like, good. Zan's pretty bad. Let's keep it and see what happens for educational purposes. Not because that's correct, but because why not? I really don't want to tell my opponent any of these cards. Yeah, I don't think there's any world in which I ever cast Zephyr Sentinel in response to anything my opponent could hypothetically do. So I think I just don't want to give them information. Yay! Spell Pierce! Good magic. So this is probably mono blue Haughty Djinn control then? Or, well, if you want to call it control. Which we should be able to abuse pretty hard with Brutal Cathar and Spell Pierce if they try to play out Djinn too early. If they just spend a long time saying Drago, that might be awkward for us. Surge Engine? Okay. Was not on my radar. I think we can largely ignore that. let's see. It's probably in my best interest to play Harbin here. Develop the most pressure on board that I can. Somewhat decent chance that they attempt to counter this, but they lose a treasure if they do so, which is kind of not horribly bad for me. Yeah, no, that's... Could Spell Pierce it. I don't even know if I want to, though. Yeah, I don't think I want to. We'd get a 3-2, and that's cool. But then I wouldn't have the Spell Pierce, and I really want to have the Spell Pierce as an answer to my opponent deciding to play a Haughty Djinn, in that I'd like to be able to Brutal Cathar the Haughty Djinn while having Spell Pierce back up. I could play Zephyr Sentinel here. I probably have enough mana at this point that that's fine. Gets me further away from activating Fortified Beachhead, but I think that that's less likely to matter than just putting creatures on the board and attacking with them. Whatever I play this turn's pretty likely to get countered. Skystrike Officer is not going to be very useful against this opponent either way. If I don't make them counter something, they get to activate Surge Engine, which could be a problem, which might be enough of a reason to play Skystrike Officer. I think that's enough of a reason to play Skystrike Officer here. I could have looked Spell Pierce. If my opponent was playing a deck that had board wipes, I'd be likely to do that, but here I don't think I care. Alright. Impulse. That's a good sign. I think that means we probably win. As long as the opponent doesn't cast a board wipe here, we're pretty much gold. They can't Haughty Djinn with 2 protection spells, which is the thing that we were the most concerned about. And now it ought to be pretty difficult for them to... Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with this. Ought to be pretty difficult for them to out-tempo as just attacking with creatures. I guess they could have, like, another Fading Hope here, and then untap Haughty Djinn 2 counter spells, possibly. But same scenario as before. If they're countering Skystrike Officer, they're not cracking the clue, so just tapping out and not holding up anything is worthwhile to me here. Heard Rakdos Anvil was the best deck in this format. I don't know that I would agree with that. I'm not sure Rakdos Anvil... Like, Rakdos Anvil gets a bunch of stuff to sacrifice, which is cool. Which makes the card Anvil better. But I think the amount Anvil gets better isn't actually, like, too much past where the deck was at previously. Whereas a lot of these other cards, like Michiko's Reign of Truth and Citanul Stalwart, get... The improvement from the base rate of the deck is a lot higher. I don't know that this deck is necessarily good against Anvil specifically because Anvil gets to play Brotherhood's End and that's just very good against us, but... Anyway. Opponent has 2 mana, needs 2 counterspells. Casts Impulse, which isn't a counterspell, and now they need to cast 2 counterspells with 1 mana, which sounds difficult for them to do. So we win. Spell Pierce continuing to be pretty excellent. It's almost like it's a good magic card or something. I would be a lot less scared of Meathook than I am of Brotherhood's End, to be entirely honest. I think we're just going to turn 1 Thalia. I'm not actually convinced this is, like, a good play, but I am convinced that it's a fun play. Danik? Oh no. That blocks Thalia. Luckily, Valiant Veteran is very good at saying no to that. I could hold Thalia back to block here, but I don't really want to. Stex is Ori's midrange? It might be. It could also be soldiers. Yeah, it is soldier. Oh, Secluded Courtyard. I should have... that might belong in our deck. But yeah, Denik's often a 2 of in soldiers. Alright, well, I think now we just play Sky Strike Officer and I don't even attack with Thalia. Because I think I'd rather draw a card here than push through damage in what is likely going to turn into a weird grindy midrange mirror. I'm pretty sure that I'm vastly favored in this midrange mirror because of having drawn Valiant Veteran, though. Don't think Courtyard goes into the Spell Pierce deck. Shouldn't it replace Plains, though? Isn't that just mostly an improvement? I could attack with Sky Strike Officer, but then they get to attack with Sky Strike Officer? Oh, I guess what I'm actually afraid of here is Harbin, so I should hold back the Sky Strike Officer to block if they... No, wait, they only have 4, not 5. So I'm not afraid of Harbin. Maybe I should have attacked there. Yeah, it's fair. Michiko's is pretty good. Siege Veteran, this mirror is probably the first matchup I've seen where Siege Veteran looks like it would be useful. We're probably going to get into a board stall where there's a lot of opportunities for Siege Veteran to do things. A lot of time for Siege Veteran to put counters on things, I guess is what I mean to say. Michiko's Reign of Truth. That should be fun. Mm, 3, 6. Yeah, I mean, we can probably cast this Sky Strike, or we can probably attack with the Sky Strike Officer now. There's not a lot of sense in holding it back because they're going to grow their Sky Strike Officer larger than mine anyway. Plays around what's his name, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess I do probably just lose to what's his name, giving the opponent's team flying at this point. It'd be 6, 8, 10, 12, plus 5 is 17. Yeah, I guess I do just actually die, which isn't great. Oh, no, I can crack food. So instead of dying, I win the game. If they attack with everybody with flying and +1/+1. Six, so opponent draws 2 cards. Otawara bouncing Sky Strike Officer sounds like a fun time. I only have 1 legend discounting it at the moment, though. More Michikos. That almost tempts me to not crack this clue token here, to be honest. Actually, wait, do I win the game if I don't crack the clue token? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So +5 is 8, plus 6 is 14. Am I 1 damage short of lethal here? By my count? Awkwardly? I think I might be 1 damage short of lethal. Oh, but I can just attack with Yotian Frontliner for 1 more point of damage. They can block with Denick, but I can Otawara the Denick to deny them life gain. That sounds like it all works to me. I mean, I guess I can just attack with the whole team. Opponent didn't even think about the fact that on board they weren't dead because of the food. Alright, well. I feel like I mostly won that because I was on the play. But I also won it because I was including Michiko's Reign of Truth in my deck, so that part's nice. I'll take half the credit. Well, seems like good cards. Let's play the good cards. I'm probably supposed to play Recruitment Officer and Frontliner on turn 1, and then Reign of Truth on turn 2, I think. Think you won that because your opponent refused to do math even though they were the blocker? Attacking with Denick would have won them the game. Would it? I mean, they still need to win the game normally if they attack with Denick. Because I can just block the Denick, they gain 3 life, we kill it twice. Or we block it twice and kill it. Like, I don't think that's putting them in a winning the game position. It just puts them in a not losing the game position, right? I was still drawing more cards than them. Is killing it favorable for them? Well, yeah, they'd have to spend 4 mana to cast it from the graveyard to block the Sky Strike. That's pretty expensive. That's a lot of mana. And even still, that doesn't really win the game. That just avoids dying to a second Michiko's. Makes 4 soldiers? How does it make 4 soldiers? Doesn't it make 2? Ooh. I like Harbin. Siege Veteran secret text. Isn't Siege Veteran's text that it makes a 1/1 soldier when a creature with a 1/1 counter dies? Doesn't that still only make 2? Yeah, because it's not per counter. So I guess that starts them drawing a reasonable number of cards. But I still don't think that pivots the game to a point where they're favored. Let's see, what do I want to do here? I got a pretty strong feeling my opponent's going to wind up attacking and killing, or using a spell to kill Harbin here. So I think I just want to play Michiko's Reign of Truth. Oh, go back. Targeting Yotian Frontliner. Attempt to give them an incentive to not kill Harbin. Probably won't work, but I'd like if it worked. Sweet! It worked! Do I want to bring back Yotian Frontliner this turn because I got nothing better to do, or do I want to leave it in my graveyard so that I can get it back on another turn that we might be able to set up a Harbin trigger turn? I think it's worth leaving in the graveyard to try to set up a Harbin trigger turn. Because if I draw an untapped land, I'm putting 3 soldiers into play next turn, and then this Yotian Frontliner is the 4th on turn 5. Oh, I mean, Yotian Frontliner does it does 2 points of damage if I give it Unearth that turn, but I think that that's, like, sort of small fries. Play Thalia, see if the opponent wants to do anything in response. They want to draw a card. That seems extremely good for me. Alright, well, opponent now has to play untapped land Brotherhood's End in order to not have the game be over. That's the untapped land. That is not a Brotherhood's End. Alright. They can now use single target removal on Harbin, and that will keep the game going. Cracked food token. That's probably not super helpful for them. Bonk trigger. I think that means we win. Bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Sweet. Alright, our opponent didn't do anything. Which makes it very easy to win the game. No particularly good turn 1 play makes this actually pretty questionable, but maybe I'm lucky and the opponent does... Oh, do I want to Thalia on turn 1? No, I'm going to take the gamble. I think the opponent's going to try to play a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I want to spell Pierce a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. No, just a Thalia. Alright, well, that doesn't do very much to me at all. Very well then, opponent. In that case, I feel like I ought to just play Skystrike Officer. I imagine the opponent's on Esper mid-range, given the amount of dual lands they're playing. Or, well, Esper Legends. That is mostly a mid-rangey sort of deck. Which means our Skystrike Officer should be pretty good as long as we dodge Brutal Cathar. Oh, Urtai, off of the treasure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that could be better for me, but that also could have been worse for me. Is there any synergy with Ishin in this format? Because it doesn't do anything with Anvil or Reign of Truth, right? So unfortunately, the existence of Urtai in my opponent's deck implies pretty strongly we're never going to get any use out of this Spell Pierce. I do think I'm probably supposed to trade Thalia off here. Yeah, we're gonna get out mid-ranged here. We lost our one mid-rangey card. Okay. Valiant Veteran's actually real good, so there's hope here. Yeah. Toulouse plus Rafine is a brutal engine. Yeah, it's probably going to beat us. I think my only chance at this point is to just somehow get a single turn lethal with Harbin. So I don't think I'm allowed to block. I really needed to not flood, though. Considering I'm already looking at half of the cards in my hand not doing anything. Jeez. Okay, well. We're not winning this one. 7, 8, plus 3 is 11, which is inconveniently the exact amount they need to have lethal. I'm gonna just hope they can't discard 3 non-lands to Rafine. Oh, hey, card that's spell pierceable. Wasn't expecting that, but I'll take it. I have no discard outlets, so if we draw Yotian Frontliner, we can't give it haste. Oh, opponent's taking a bit of a gamble on this. And they succeed to the maximum possible extent and hit 3 non-lands to get Rafine large enough to represent lethal, huh? Little bit lame, but okay. Don't have any cards in my hand. That's sort of a problem. Alright, Sky Strike Officer unlikely to be very useful. It's probably the best card in the deck that we could have drawn. It's just probably not going to be good enough regardless, unfortunately. I respect the opponent choosing to gain 3 life rather than draw a card. That bodes very poorly. Okay. Shieldred's inconvenient. I don't think we really have any draws that get out of this with the opponent at this much life. But we'll see what we can do. That doesn't help. No, this does not appear to be a point of the game at which Michiko's Reign of Truth does anything. Yeah. The opponent having an answer to the first Sky Strike Officer was a bummer. I think that there was a real chance that if they couldn't answer that Sky Strike Officer, we could have managed to claw our way into a fair chance at fighting a mid-range battle with them, but they're pretty much just a deck that's better at going into the mid-rangey sort of range than us to begin with. And when they do have an answer, definitely not going to work out super good for us. Alright, this hand's very good. I'm happy with this. Oh, we're even on the play? Delightful. Alright. We get to play a frontliner. Hold up Spell Pierce. Presumably we would rather play Harbin on turn 2 than Valiant Veteran. Opponent want to play a 2-mana removal spell on my Yotian Frontliner, please? Okay. Pay 1 and sacrifice an artifact. If you do, create a 3/1 construct artifact token with haste. Oh, that's cute. Michiko's Reign of Truth should be brutal next turn, but opponent has a 2/2, which means I can't attack with the frontliner unless I play Reign of Truth. Reign of Truth attacks for 5. I think we'd still rather play the Harbin here than the Reign of Truth. If the opponent wants to spend their treasure and their mana converting tokens... Oh, I guess they already spent the treasure, but... If they want to spend their mana at this point converting tokens into 3/1s, I think I'm pretty fine with that. Yeah, I got no intention of blocking. I feel like I'm going to do a lot more damage than my opponent's going to do this turn. Sky Strike Officer's cool and all, but... Michiko's Reign of Truth, though. So let's pump that Yotian Frontliner. It's real tempting to play the Valiant Veteran. Push through more damage, but not holding up Spell Pierce. How important is holding up Spell Pierce, do I think? Using the treasure also means Michiko's Reign of Truth pumps for 1 less next turn. Having the Valiant Veteran in play... Likely to matter? Probably not. No, I think we hold on to the Spell Pierce here. I feel like I'm probably going to win if my opponent can't play a non-creature next turn. And even though I don't think my opponent's going to be on a Brotherhood's End deck if they're doing Soken's on Smelter things, I'm probably supposed to play around Brotherhood's End regardless, because it's like the one card that beats me here. Honestly, might even not beat me, but definitely in a much worse position against it. Oh, cool. Facebreaker's a cute synergy. So, do I have lethal? 6? Yes. Yes, I do. I have what might be known as extremely lethal. Otherwise known as Exexies, which, as we all know, is the best kind of lethal. Opponent almost has enough mana to crack that food token and stay alive. Boom. Oh, Michiko's Reign of Truth is very silly in this format. Did I have fun this match? Let's save as... Did have fun? Question. Save. Hover. No, wait. You're telling me that if I click next... Can you not hover over that icon? I wanted to screenshot the blue smiley face. But hovering over it didn't do anything because I wasn't clicked on the screen. And then when I clicked on the screen somewhere else... There's a button that says skip. Why does it skip it if you click anywhere on the screen? Ah, it's so upsetting. It's asking me if I've had fun a lot today, though. Whoa. We do not have a kitty here. I will go grab him after this game. I didn't click the skip button, did I? I clicked, like, explicitly up and to the right of the skip button. I think. Anyway, this hand seems real good. I like attacking for 6 on turn 2. It makes me happy when I can do that. Silly opponent. I'm not gonna cast spells. Boop. Boop. Alright, Thalia, not good at blocking 3/3s. We hope. So don't play Valiant Veteran, opponent. That'd be real rude. Yay! Yotian Frontliner tap land. Oh, wow. Not even respecting my ability to be aggressive at all. Dang, opponent. Am I supposed to play Resolute Reinforcements rather than Valiant Veterans here? It does play around Brutal Cathar better. Huh. Nah. I don't want to. This feels better against every other possible 3-drop. Sorry if someone already asked this recently, but are you playing in the qualifier in a couple of weeks, Alchemy? Yes. I was testing out Alchemy decks on stream before the Decathlon started and distracted me with fun. Yeah, Sky Strike Officer specifically was the card that I feel like playing Valiant Veteran last turn was a lot better around. Because I made their life total lower, so it's harder for them to dirtle around like this. Michiko's Reign of Truth. No, the one thing that Thalia is good against. Why is this a holiday board? That's a very good question. I never noticed. I wasn't even sure what you were talking about, but yeah, there's presents and candy canes and gingerbread houses and... When did that happen? This is the Kaldheim board, right? Don't think there's any way I can make attacking with the Valiant Veteran good here. I think I just gotta keep attacking with 3/3s. Alright, no third land drop. Let's see where that gets us. Opponent has Valiant Veteran. That's very strong. Opponent has second Valiant Veteran. That could be an issue. So attacking for 12, 3 blockers. Do I have lethal here? If I hit an untapped land, possibly? Resolute Reinforcements gives us 4 damage maximum. 6 damage if we top deck a Valiant Veteran. Zephyr Sentinel is 3 damage. 5 damage with Yotian Frontliner triggers. So if I play Zephyr Sentinel, we win if we hit an untapped land. I think our objective is to just attempt to hit an untapped land and try to win that way. turning anything here doesn't accomplish anything. Yeah. Alright. Drawn on tap land. That's the game plan. Oh. That's a bummer. We almost won. Not sure we got an out here, though. That's inconvenient. They should have gone for the Zephyr Sentinel. I suspect it probably doesn't matter. But Sky Strike Officer was lethal. I mean, I guess I could crack a food token, but unlikely that would have been good enough. Let's see, so if I crack a food token, my Michiko's Reign of Truth is going to be way too small to get lethal with Zephyr Sentinel anyway. So I'm probably better off chumping with Zephyr Sentinel. Unlikely this gets us anywhere. I think even if I can make 2 Yotian Frontliners attack, I'm still dead. Ah! So close. 1 card away. The fact that we were that close to winning that game is probably impressive, considering it was an aggro match where we were on the draw and missed our 3rd land drop. Sad. Alright, well, this is reasonable. Ironically, the duplicate Recruitment Officer doesn't accomplish too much, but... yeah. I'm pretty sure we're better off playing the Yotian Frontliner on turn 1 than 2 Recruitment Officers. Probably? Is that even true? Attack for the same amount. I guess double Recruitment Officers is actually slightly better if the opponent plays a thing with 2 toughness, which might be likely. I suppose it was slightly better if they ended up playing something that was a 1/1? Not even really, actually. Let's see. I do want to trade off with the Evolved Sleeper here. I guess at this point, holding on to the Yotian Frontliner actually turned out to be beneficial because now I can play it on the same turn as Michiko's Reign of Truth, which is probably good for me. My opponent holding on to Evolved Sleeper ought to be very good for me, because I do not think that Evolved Sleeper is going to do very much good for them this game. If that's their mana sink, I shall not be impressed. I think their life total is a lot more likely to matter than Evolved Sleeper. So, probably wind up killing the Harbin. Hopefully that ends up being with a 2-mana removal spell and not a cutdown. No! They end up doing nothing! Well. Alright. Well, that raises an interesting question, then. Do I play Thalia to tax them? Do I play Michiko's Reign of Truth? If I play Michiko's Reign of Truth, do I put it on Harbin to get in for guaranteed damage, or do I put it on Recruitment Officer and see... Michiko's Reign of Truth is +4 right now. So would I like to do 4 damage to their face, or would I like to kill Evolved Sleeper? Give the opponent the choice whether they take 4 damage. Oh, no. If I Michiko's Reign of Truth Harbin, it's 4 damage to face. If I Michiko's Reign of Truth Recruitment Officer, they choose between lose Evolved Sleeper, take 6 damage. That's why it's not the same thing as just putting it on Harbin. I think I want to develop the Thalia in this position. I think taxing them is probably a good thing. Well, the benefit of playing the Michiko's Reign of Truth is not only is it damaged this turn, but it's also damaged next turn. So there is an incentive to doing it sooner rather than later. Oh, should I be playing Mishra's Foundry with the Michiko's Reign of Truths? I didn't really think about that. Oh. Resolute Reinforcements gets us pretty close with Harbin. That's interesting. I think that's better than Michiko's Reign of Truth. They're probably going to be able to remove Harbin this turn, so maybe pushing the damage through with Michiko's Reign of Truth is better. Oh, nope. Or we just win. That works. Alright. Oh, that's adorable. The opponent thinks they can attack here. I mean, they're right. There's actually no point in holding back, because if I can trigger Harbin, they're dead regardless. And blockers on the ground don't matter. If anything, maybe that means they should have attacked more? No, they couldn't because of Thalia. Fair enough. Alright, how much damage do we win by? I've not done the math, but I'm fairly certain this is lethal. Donk. Donk, 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 donk. Yeah. Turned out it was, what? 21 damage? Seems like 21 damage. 21 damage, pretty good. Harbin's a pretty stupid magic card. All things told. Alright, mission successful. Did not play against Brotherhood's End. And we have an emblem, which means now we can work on trying that again with the enchantments deck. And I will be right back and go grab a kitty cat, who may have just been abducted. So maybe we won't have a kitty cat. And no sign of the kitty cat. Why do it again? For fun. Why else? I'm allowed to play Magic with no, reward for doing so, right? We come on in ladder all the time. Planning to play the Sealed? Yeah, at some point. But Sealed is a little less fun to stream, huh? It's not like you can steal a deck for Sealed. Also, I really wanted to find out how Citanul Stalwart works in this enchantments deck that I'm never going to be able to play ever again. I gotta get a bunch of different decks to post on YouTube and Twitter for the clout. Alright. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Are we immediately playing a mirror? Oh my goodness. It's a very silly Rite of Harmony. I could play the Generous Visitor. I think I'd rather set up for a absolutely ridiculous Rite of Harmony turn, though. Don't kill my Stalwart opponent. Don't kill my Stalwart opponent. Just don't interact at all with me, actually, opponent. Yay! They didn't interact with me. I'm surprised, but delighted. Alright, let's see. We actually drew the best card in our deck, which is just wonderful. I could play Jukai Naturalist and Restoration of Eiganjo. Do I want to do that this turn? I don't know if I want to do that this turn or not. I think I don't want to do that this turn. I think I just want to play Restoration of Eiganjo. Halana Nalena is scary. It doesn't fit into the 4-drop deck idea that I was talking about, though, because if you play it on turn 2, you have to have Citanul Stalwart. You can't have Moonstone thingy prototype. Because Halana Nalena is really only good if it's got a creature in play to put counters on. I don't think there are any other 1-mana things. Come on, come on. Power Stone again. Power... No! They learn from their mistakes! I hate when my opponents do that. Alright. So, let's go ahead and Rite of Harmony. And then put Jukai Naturalist into play. Draw a card. This would have been so much better if we had another mana here. Hallowed Haunting. Ooh. That's interesting. Generous Visitor. Draw a card. Spirited Companion. Draw 2 cards. Counters on Naturalist? Yeah, I'm not going to block here. More Rite of Harmonies. I probably don't want to do Rite of Harmony stuff this turn, though. I probably want to do Hallowed Haunting stuff. Alright, opponent's down to 1 card. I haven't done very much because I was on the draw and the opponent interacted with my mana dork, but they haven't actually drawn any payoffs, so I think I mostly just win this game by default. Because I didn't run out of resources. Well, we're not going to Restoration of Eiganjo. I believe the play this turn is Generous Visitor, Hallowed Haunting, put 2 counters on Jukai Naturalist, and then attack? Gain 5 life? If they want to trade off both of their Stone Seekers for my Naturalist, I will be sad, but probably fine with that, because that means they lose 2 Power Stones, which kind of minimizes the capacity for them to have any relevant top decks. If they cast an 8-drop that blows up my Hallowed Haunting, I probably still won't care. If they play a 9-drop that blows up 3 of my creatures, I definitely will not care. Alright, let's see. Rite of Harmony? It's probably worth Rite of Harmonying. Draw 3 cards. Make some tokens. I guess if I was going to draw another Spirited Companion, that is one way that it was not worth it to Rite of Harmony. Yeah, I guess it's better to Restoration of Eiganjo than Spirited Companion here, right? I don't actually have... Oh, I guess I do have some 1-mana green cards that I could have drawn into. Am I gonna have to discard to hand size? That's sad. So I could have played a Generous Visitor if I'd played the Spirited Companion. Oh, we're killing the Architect of Restoration? Sure. I mean, it makes sense. Alright, well... I think next turn we super win, and I'm not sure anything my opponent does matters. Okay, they draw 2 cards. Does that mean anything? Cityscape Leveler don't matter. One, 2, 3 enchantments. Hallowed Haunting is 4. Restoration gets back a 5th. 6, 7 with Spirited Companions. That sounds like lethal to me. Oh, I guess I have to be able to get back an enchantment with Restoration of Eiganjo, which means I have to discard an enchantment. Pop. Pop. Draw a card. Play Hallowed Haunting. Time to find out how my ability to count works. 5. Oh, my ability to count might be wrong. I thought I had 1 more enchantment in the graveyard. But not having that actually means I have to draw an enchantment here. And we did it. Which means I can Generous Visitor before playing this Michiko's Reign of Truth now. Let's gain a lot of life. Do, 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 do. How much damage is it? 12... No, 22... 28... 30? Look like 30 damage. I'm gonna go with 30 damage. That was not as fast as I was expecting, to be honest. We were a lot slower and dirtier and more limited by the colors of our lands than I was hoping would be the case. But we were on the draw, and they did interact with us. But we should also expect that. But the goal is that some of the time we... let's see. Food token? Some of the time we expect to win just by virtue of outgrinding the opponent. I gotta say, I really hope the opponent doesn't have a counterspell here. Am I enough of a coward that I'm going to not play turn 2 Hallowed Haunting. Do I fear land treasure go enough to not turn 2 the best 4-drop in the format? Huh. I have never been a coward in my life. I'm very happy that worked, because I didn't think of how I was going to respond to that if I got completely blown out. Okay, so let's see. If I were to Rite of Harmony, Generous Visitor, Spirited Companion, would that be good? Or should I wait? I'm going to assume that that's probably good and I should just do that. So let's go with Rite of Harmony, Generous Visitor, draw a card. I'm sorry, what? Did I do my math wrong? Did I only have 4 mana? I guess I only had 4 mana. Oh, okay. Well, that was the wrong play then. I was probably supposed to Spirited Companion to draw 3 rather than Generous Visitor to draw 1. I did spend my treasure. That does kind of make sense when we put it like that. Alright, well... when in doubt, pretend everything's going according to plan. Oh, really? We trade off the Combat Thresher? I thought for sure they were some kind of blink deck. If they were doing Combat Thresher nonsense. Huh. It's the spirit token. Oh, I love it. Oh, Michiko on Combat Thresher. Sure, that makes sense. That tracks. We are slightly lacking for the ability to Rite of Harmony anything meaningful with this amount of mana, which is sad. So I guess we're just going to try to trigger Hallowed Haunting a bunch of times, and then draw land with the Spirited Companions. Jukai Naturalist. Alright, well, that's a better magic card. That should set up for some cool Rite of Harmony turns next turn. And by cool Rite of Harmony turns next turn, I mean the opponent has to cast Farewell or I win. I guess they could play a normal board where I... Alright, opponent, how much interaction you got? Yeah, attack with Architect of Restoration. I will elect to block with Architect of Restoration and see if we can force out a Wandering Emperor, because that would be very good for me, because then playing Wandering Emperor probably loses. Makes it a lot harder for them to remove one of my enchantments, which is the thing that they sort of almost certainly have to do. We draw a card that isn't actually useful, because it's not an enchantment. Alright. So we're probably not going to have lethal here. But But we are going to do a lot of damage. Might as well triple block it. I don't necessarily want to triple block it because I want them to play Wandering Emperor in this position, if they have Wandering Emperor. Come on, land. 2 more shots. Come on, land. Let's go land. Untapped, please. Yeah! Yeah! Even better. So because we missed the land drop earlier and had to play the right, we're not going to be able to lethal, I don't think. Oh, maybe we are, actually. I can Michiko's the dog? Actually, I can Michiko's Jukai Naturalist. That's even better. Oh, we're done? Oh, but opponent, I wasn't going to gain flying that turn. I was just going to attack with a lot. You chump block 2 things. Still only taking 9 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm pretty sure that's only 20 damage, opponent. Probably. Maybe. Somebody else can do the math. What are all those numbers that I just said add up to? Ugh. Opponent conceding? You know what? Fair. Fair enough. I trust that math. Oh, yes! Citanul Stalwart into Hallowed Haunting really feels very silly. Especially while on the play. We do want to draw another land. No, it's not another land, which is a little awkward. I find it really amusing that Citanul Stalwart plus Hallowed Haunting... Citanul Stalwart, 2 forests, and a Hallowed Haunting gives you turn 2 Hallowed Haunting with no white lands. Like, guaranteed. Because you can just fix 2 of any color. That's kind of delightful. Hey, we did it. Alright, turn 2 Hallowed Haunting, turn 3 Hallowed Haunting. What a format. Magic the Gathering at its best. Unfortunately, these generous visitors are not enchantments, which really is a downside. Celesta scares me. I'm hoping my opponent's a Reanimator deck and not a deck that's playing Farewell. Okay, Michiko's Reign of Truth. So we Rite of Harmony, we cast Reign of Truth. Is that the objective? We draw 3 cards. Is that better than Generous Visitor, Reign of Truth? Probably? Restoration. It's not a bad magic card. Plains. That's not a helpful magic card, but it's better than missing the land drop. Another Rite of Harmony. Okay. I guess most of my concern at the moment is about how I rebuild from Farewell, because most other things don't matter. Oh, Fateful Absence. Cool. This pumps the Michiko's Reign of Truth. They're probably going to play the 3-mana spell that exiles all stuff that costs 2 or less, though, huh? No, just Fateful Landing. Perfect. Fatefully Absent does imply that they have temporary lockdown in their deck, however. Yeah, Portal of Phyrexia. They could definitely reanimate that. I do not think my current deck cares about my opponent reanimating a Portal of Phyrexia. Alright, Rite of Harmony. Generous Visitor, draw a card. Doing this before Restoration of Eiganjo because I don't think from this position there are any one-drop cards we could draw that we would want to play. So doing Restoration first and drawing 3 is kind of irrelevant. Do 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 do. Making lots of triggers, have been drawing lots of cards. Alright, how about some removal, opponent? Or you just want to take 17? That's Faithful Mending. I gotta say, none of these cards look like cards I care about yet. What could they discard here that I would care about? They basically have to cast Farewell. I'm fairly certain nothing else saves them. I mean, that's not true. They can definitely play Temporary Lockdown and the game remains still happening. I just feel very favored regardless in a position where I have Hallowed Hauntings. That's more stuff that doesn't matter. Alright. Presumably they were just digging for Temporary Lockdown and couldn't find it. Okay. This is an oddly fair hand compared to the ones we've seen thus far. But I think we're just going to Generous Visitor turn 1 into Restoration of Eiganjo turn 2. Opponent says mono red, huh? Okay. It's very tempting to play this as Citanul Stalwart. But Restoration of Eiganjo is just kind of a busted magic card, so I sort of want to get it flipping as fast as possible. Ooh, opponent doesn't even have a shock for my Generous Visitor? Delightful. Kessig Flame Breather. Okay. Do not believe that I care about that. Thran Portal. Yeah, I guess that card's in our deck. Let's see. Do I want a Rite of Harmony this turn? I don't believe so. So I think I just want to get back Spirited Companion and then play Michiko's Reign of Truth and Citanul Stalwart. Do I want to play Restoration of Eiganjo rather than Michiko's Reign of Truth this turn? Probably. Do I want to play Thran Portal and take a point of damage, but have an untapped land later on? I do not believe I wish to do that, and I regret including Thran Portal in my deck. Oh wait, no, if I play Restoration of Eiganjo, then we just straight up get another land, and I get to ignore Thran Portal completely and pretend it's a card I never drew. Perfect. Not a lot of point into attacking. Pull back the 3/3 to block the opponent's 2/2. Get our 3/3 killed. Take 4 damage. Slightly sad. But now begins the part where we start transforming Restoration of Eiganjos, and that's cool. Let's see. Very restricted on green mana is a bit of a problem. Do I want to Rite of Harmony and then return Generous Visitor? Probably. I think I do want to do that. I think being able to put a counter on Spirited Companion is more important than the mana that Stalwart... No, I don't believe that. Why would I believe that I don't want mana? I always want mana. Do I have lethal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus 7 plus 1. Only 14 damage, I think. That sounds like not quite lethal. Would still be really tempting to Reign of Truth here regardless, rather than the Stalwart. Think I'd rather have the mana than 2 Michikos in play. That said, I don't think they're going to do 14 damage to me, so I think that I'm willing to tap the Spirited Companion to put the opponent in a position where they have to start respecting lethal on every turn from now on. There's not a lot of stuff that I would want to block with a 1/1 anyway. Opponent attack with etchings. With that... Is there something that gives first strike? I don't know. Am I willing to block anyway? Makes this only 6. That's still lethal. Yeah, alright. I'm willing to block and see what they use their mana on. Oh, are they gonna board wipe me? Is that what this turns into? It is. Huh. I was not expecting aggro to have a board wipe. Alright, fair enough. Turns out mostly highly effectively. I'm gonna leave up mana. I'm probably not gonna crack either of these because they make Michiko's Reign of Truth so much stronger. Oh, I guess then again, I'm not actually getting the second chapter on the Michiko's Reign of Truth that's in play. Do they only discard 1 card? That's concerning. Okay, Reckless Impulse, that doesn't really matter. Elder Dragon War they can't cast, but that they can play next turn. Is the aggro version of Green-White enchantments good outside of this event? It is less good than the grindy version of Green-White. Mostly the reason that I think that it makes more sense to play the aggressive version in this format is that you have a higher pressure to end the game before the, like, turbo late-game Reanimator decks end it. But that pressure doesn't really exist in regular Standard, so you should just play the version that's grindier and better against mid-range decks that are what comprises most of Standard? Yeah, that makes sense to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turns you into 8, so you're not threatening lethal. Oh, 9? Still not threatening lethal? I don't think I need to crack the food this turn. Let's go with Spirited Companion. Pump Architect. So actually, this way around, I can Michiko the Visitor if I want to push more damage through. Do I want to push more damage through? Probably. I think I might be able to force them to chump block now. Yes, I can in fact force them to chump block. Delightful! This also puts the counters on the thing that remains untapped, which is beneficial. I guess I didn't necessarily need to attack with Generous Visitor if I wanted one more blocker, but I think having one more blocker is probably irrelevant here. Alright, let's go ahead and eat this food while my opponent's tapped out, just in case. Unlikely to matter, but I guess if they can give haste to this 4/4, maybe I get punished for that decision by not representing a removal spell. But I don't think that's where this is going to go. Alright, they play Elder Dragon War. I don't believe they can do anything that is good with that. So now they are chump blocking with 2 creatures in order to stay alive. We like this for us. Well, I guess they weren't necessarily. Because I was not able to get both of these up to 6, but Generous Visitor does it. Yeah, so then let's get both of these up to be lethal threats. Swing with both. Double chumps. Once again, just need the opponent to not be capable of doing 8 damage. We'll crack this clue, I believe. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think it's fine. Shrinks the portrait, but might be useful if we draw green 1-drops. Well, actually, it's the difference between Michiko being able to get up to 6 power if we top deck a enchantment, but I guess we also had the option of possibly top decking an enchantment off of the clue crack, so in that sense, that'd be useful. Oh, also we have a restoration trigger, which is going to get back an enchantment. So that almost certainly means that we're fine shrinking the Michiko down to 4. Is Mono Blue a mid-range deck? No. Although it definitely can have games where it turns into a sort of mid-range role. The main reason that it isn't is it doesn't have a lot of removal spells. So it has to kind of function as a tempo disruptive deck. It has a very difficult time if it doesn't kill the opponent in the first 10 turns, really, which is why it's kind of not a mid-range deck. Ironic Velvet, thanks for the raid. How did the stream go? And everybody joining us, you do so in the midst of us on our victory lap run of sorts, attempting to figure out if green-white enchantments is good in this format. And the answer seems to be yes. Let's Rite of Harmony. You did number 20 do an alchemy practice? Nice. Which alchemy deck were you playing? Draw. Hallowed Haunting seems fun. We discard this Thran portal that I regret putting in the deck. Get back a Spirited Companion. Draw 2. More Hallowed Hauntings? I guess I have no complaints about that. More lands. Alright, well. In that case, we play Hallowed Haunting. Puts us to 6 enchantments. I guess we might as well spread this out, so let's put it on the Generous Visitor. Draw a card, hope we draw an enchantment, win the game if we do. It's a land, sadness, combat. Swing with everybody. I feel like we have enough blockers. Opponent can chump block. They need to, for 1 mana, remove a 6-power creature, which seems hard. Opponent agrees. Pretty hard. Well, I guess they didn't need to remove... They only needed a Shrink Portrait, actually. So... No, because they can't actually remove either of these to Shrink Portrait. If Generous Visitor was one of the cards contributing to Portrait being larger, they could have chump blocked the Architect, shocked Generous Visitor, and I guess still taken 6, actually. So, no, there was a lot of ways that didn't work. What's the benefit of Thrawn Portal? The benefit of Thrawn Portal is that we get more turn 1 green sources, which I was scared about, and that has yet to matter at all. And instead, it's mostly just a bad dual land that I regret including. I wanted to have a very large number of untapped lands on turn 2, but I think that actually just wasn't super necessary. Why don't we remove it? Because I drew it, and we have not had the chance to resubmit since then. And this is an event, so your deck is locked in. Pronouncing Thrawn literally 2 different ways in 2 seconds. Yeah. I have no clue if it's Thrawn or Thran. I think my instinct to say Thrawn is just... it was the character in Star Wars, right? I'm not making that up? Or am I pronouncing that name wrong, too? Just split the difference and alternate, right? I'm probably guaranteed to be correct if I say things wrong constantly. I think we keep this. We're not doing anything useful on the first 2 turns, which is probably bad, but eventually I'm going to Jukai Naturalist and then Rite of Harmony with 2 G. Actually, I can't do that, because if I want to play the if I want to play the Naturalist normally, I kind of need to find a white source. Perfect. Never didn't have it and all that. I'm actually probably still not going to do anything here and just play turn 2 Restoration of Eiganjo, though. I think it's Thrawn in Star Wars. Oh, opponent, that's really rude, actually. We're not okay with Thalia. Not okay with that at all. It kind of counters my entire everything. So this could be bad. I have concerns about the current situation. Oh, I'm not doing anything this game. And I'm not doing it extremely fast. This deck is not well positioned to handle Thalia. Oh man, I'm still really unimpressed by Siege Veteran. Every time I've seen this card, it just seems way too slow for 3 mana. It's so weird that Siege Veteran costs 3 mana and Valiant Veteran costs 2. And like every time I've ever seen them played, Valiant Veteran is the better card. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alright, so I need to put 5 creatures into play, and none of my spells are, like, actually castable. So this is going to be hard. This would be one of those moments where I would actually kind of like a Catilda. But instead, it's one of those moments where I'm going to concede. Because I got single-handedly beat by 1 card. Oh, Thalia, 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 Thalia. I am going to do my best to not play against Thalia on the draw again. We will attempt to avoid that in the future. Again with the hands that don't actually have white mana. This, however, is good. This I like. Siege Veteran's main purpose is Wrath Protection. Yeah, I just don't actually value that very much as aggro, personally. Some metagames it's useful. Most of the current metagames, not really, because most Wraths aren't really Wraths. Especially with access to blue. I think you're better off usually playing counter spells to deal with Wraths, as opposed to a 3-drop that's kind of medium against non-board wipe matchups anyway. What am I getting rid of here? I guess it's probably Generous Visitor, which is probably a card that I'm not actually entirely sure should be in this deck. I thought we were going to be more aggressive than we are, but we're actually more about early Hallowed Haunting than I was originally expecting. Oh, turn 1 Jukai Naturalist doesn't let us turn 2 Hallowed Haunting. Which kind of isn't that good, huh? Okay, I guess we're going to try to turn 3 Hallowed Haunting plus Teachings. I don't think the Soldier deck is very good against green-white in Standard. But this format with the faster Thalia, I definitely can see it. Eiganjo Exemplar and Windscarred Crag. I feel like there's something afoot here, but I don't know what it is. It might just be a budget deck. Well, I mean, that's definitely a turn 3. There's a lot of very easily chump blockable creatures in play right now. Hallowed Haunting. Teachings of the Kirin. We are going to have a very interesting next turn. 5. So if we top deck an enchantment, we don't get flying, but we could top deck the Pupper, and if the Pupper draws into another enchantment and we just play 4 enchantments next turn, then we might have lethal. It's going to be close. 30 damage is pretty hard. Probably won't get to 30 damage. Jukai Naturalist doesn't do very much. I mean, it's definitely a fun magic card, though. I mean, I guess we get to empty our hand, and that's something. We also get to gain a little bit of life. I'm not sure how much a little bit is, but I think it's a lot. It's definitely not 30, though. Yeah, 11. 11's a lot. I feel like a bully a little bit. No, Brutal Cathar! My Jukai Naturalist, presumably. Okay, not my Jukai Naturalist then, I guess. Selfless Samurai, 1 larger. 4/4 attacks. Gains life. And then the Rabbit Battery gets to block because it comes back untapped, so that's cool. Okay, well... guess I'm just gonna kill him. It feels like the responsible thing to do. A significant part of me wants to play Rite of Harmony. To draw more cards. But if we miss the land drop, we don't get lethal. And I kind of want lethal. Oh. Alright. Is it? Oh, this isn't even... okay, I was gonna say, this has gotta be lethal, right? This must be game 1? I don't think so. I think this is game like 5. Or 6. That was game 6. I'm going to assume it's not very aggressive about matching up similar records against one another. That's typically the case for a lot of these. Oh, we get Citanul Stalwart, but we're on the draw. How sad. Still a keep. Ooh, turn 2 Restoration of Eiganjo would be very good. Please don't interact with my creature opponent. That's not interacting, thank you. And tap the food token, play the restoration, get a plains, set a stop. Alright. There is a very good chance that I'm going to be discarding a hand size next turn. If all goes well, that will be what happens. How many cards am I going to draw next turn? 2, 4? 5? Draw 5, discard 1. Net. I'll also remove 2, so... net gain 2. I think that means we... oh no, but also a land drop. No, that ought to be 7 cards in hand. I don't think we're going to discard to hand size if opponent does no interaction. I think we barely don't. Fable. Okay, cool. Happy to ignore that. Presumably the opponent's going to do some kind of reanimator nonsense. Rite of Harmony number 2. Fancy. Probably should have used the Citanul Stalwart for that, but I guess we're in our main phase, so if they do something, I can float mana in response anyway. Draw 2 cards. Do 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 do. Jukai Naturalist. Oh. Hello, pretty. I do like you. That will be getting cast right away. And then we draw a card. And then we play a dog, and then we draw 2 more cards. God, I love this deck. I mean, our opponent's set up to do a lot of nonsense, for sure. Definitely for sure. But I'm very happy with my life decisions regardless. What did we discard? Sanctuary Warden? You can reanimate Sanctuary Warden, opponent. I'm okay with that. I'll allow it. Lot of treasures. Okay. Invoke Justice. Sanctuary Warden reanimated. Has shield counters, which inconveniently means that I can't gain life with Jukai Naturalist, which could turn out to be a pretty big problem here. Otherwise, I would have a lot of fun swinging for lethal. Maybe I get lucky and they remove a shield counter instead of a 1/1 counter by mistake. They do! They do make that mistake. Am I positioned to abuse it? What I would have to do is Eiganjo the Sanctuary Warden. Which means not casting Rite of Harmony, sadly. Is that the right thing to do? Yeah, lame. I hate being irresponsible. It's my least favorite thing in Magic. None of this is legendary. I only get to cast 2 things, and they should probably both be Michiko's. Ten Naturalist. Do I want to force them to chump block with the 1/1? I kind of feel like that doesn't actually matter at all to me. So I think I'd rather just gain as much life with Jukai Naturalist as possible. So, nice swing for 18. I mean, they can block with the 1/1 here if they want to, but then I gain 18 life from their perspective. Of course, Eiganjo is very good against this block, though. That was the whole point. And this means they don't get to copy the Sanctuary Warden with the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, which is a pretty big deal. And also, we gain 18, which is a pretty big deal. Still, if they have another reanimate, they can then start doing a lot of chump blocking with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki stuff. They might still beat me. But I think they need to either have another Angel to hardcast or another reanimate here if they want to do that. And I would still have top decks to get out of that position regardless. Do I want to lose a Spirit and a Spirited Companion to get rid of 2/2s? Yeah, probably. I'm supposed to reduce the amount of mana my opponent has, because if they do go Sanctuary Warden, copy it, then their mana is their biggest existing restriction, and I should tax them on that resource as much as I'm allowed to. Yep, alright. That's the Invoke Justice for the Sanctuary Warden. Presumably this time around they choose to remove the +1/+1 counter instead of the shield counter. Opponents who learn from their mistakes. The toughest thing to handle in the world. Ooh, they had the land drop too. Or they drew the land drop off the Sanctuary Warden, more likely. Alright, well, this definitely gets pretty awkward. Let us draw a card. Okay. It's a 1-mana redraw. Reasonable-ish. Play a land. Play a visitor. Draw a card. Play a visitor. Draw a card. Play a Spirited Companion. Put some counters around. I don't think there's any way that attacking with this spirit can ever be correct because they'll just eat it with the Sanctuary Warden. Though putting counters on anything else is also unlikely to be correct. But I'm not supposed to attack with this spirit, I don't think. Eat it with 1 Warden, chump with another, chump with 1/1s. I guess attacking with the 1/1 does remove a Sanctuary Warden counter, but yeah, it's mostly unlikely to be relevant. Getting Architect above double Sanctuary Warden doesn't really block doesn't really matter because then they're not blocking the Naturalist. And I feel like they have to block the Naturalist with something that has a shield counter on it. There's Hallowed Haunting. Okay. That's very, very good. The awkward part is I'm not going to be able to represent lethal next turn in the air because my Michikos will be summoning sick. Huh. So they can chump block the Architect with a 1/1. And I guess they could double block the Jukai Naturalist with Sanctuary Wardens if they wanted to and kill it. I'd be mostly okay-ish with that. Yeah, that's fine. It's moderately annoying that my Hallowed Haunting costs 1 mana next turn, but the important thing is that that means that they can't Sanctuary Warden at the end of my turn, and that makes it a lot harder for them to threaten a lethal. The biggest objective is making sure that the opponent can't lethal me this turn. After that... I get it. Maybe I didn't want to lose the Naturalist or the Architect, and I was just supposed to let them attack with 4 Sanctuary Wardens, which wouldn't be lethal even if they have Invoke Justice. Oh, I guess I also need to make sure that I deny them Kiki loops. But they cast Restoration, which means no Kiki loops. What's special about this format? An emblem that lets you, at the beginning of each of your first 3 turns, choose to make a treasure clue or food token that you haven't made yet. So you get a little more wacky resources to work with. Alright, and now we go Jukai Naturalist. Put some counters on some stuff. Does this matter? Probably not. Kirin Touch to Rochi is probably a good one to go after, though. So opponent can attack me with 5 Sanctuary Wardens next turn, by my count. If they copy 1 Reflection, and then Sanctuary Warden twice at end of turn, oh no, that's 6 Sanctuary Wardens. That should still be fine, though. Let's see, what else do I want to cast here? Restoration or Jukai Naturalist? Probably Jukai Naturalist? I can't really attack profitably into the Sanctuary Warden copies. Well, I guess I can, because if they copy Sanctuary Warden twice in my combat step, that means they're not copying it at my end of turn. But if they kill 2 enchantments, then I lose flying, which is a bit of a problem. I don't know whether it's correct to attack here or not. I think it's probably correct to not attack. This means that I lose the game to a removal spell for Hallowed Haunting or 2 creatures. Oh, that's true. I could attack with the Generous Visitors and the 1/1 Spirits. Which I guess means that I probably should have been putting the counters on those and then attacking with them. Basically, I don't care about anything that isn't an enchantment dying. So they kind of messed up there unless they really cared about holding on to the treasure. They should have copied Reflection with the first of their 3 mana, and then used the other 2 mana to copy the Sanctuary Warden. That way they would untap with 3 Reflections here, which, you know, could mean 1 more Sanctuary Warden. But then again, attacking with Sanctuary Wardens isn't actually relevant. It's all about removal, so maybe they just prioritized mana instead, which isn't wrong. They need 2 more copies of Sanctuary Warden to have lethal in the air. So that leaves them with 4 mana. If they can kill 2 of my creatures for 4 mana, then they have lethal. Or if they can kill Hallowed Haunting for 4 or less mana, then they have lethal. Yeah, in that respect, I guess not copying the Reflection is correct. So I expose myself a little bit to a board wipe if I block with Architect or Kirin Touch to Rochi. Though blocking with the Architect means that I get a 1/1, I just don't really think having a 1/1 matters. Do I care about gaining life? Blocks get punished by Wandering Emperor? Which isn't even really that punishing. Or something that does 2 damage to all creatures. In which case, they would blow up the reflection, so I think I'm fine with that. I think that means I'm okay with the blocks. For the most part, I assume the attack was just to draw cards because they were going away anyway, but was just trying to figure out if I was willing to pay 10 life to not expose myself to stuff. I could block with portraits. I suppose that's true. Farewell is a risk, but there's no way I can play around it. So we just ignore it. Although, I suppose the best block was probably block with Architect, block with Portrait, because blocking with Architect does net a Spirit, which has some amount of value. Elder Dragon War was the card that I was explicitly kind of nervous about. But I think I beat Elder Dragon War, most likely. It does get rid of the Naturalist cost reduction, which is kind of annoying. I guess they have a lot of cards in hand. That might still be tricky. In all likelihood, this means I am not Rite of Harmonying this turn. Yeah, the fact that the Kikis died is why I was not super stressed about Elder Dragon War. This means we get to swing with 7/7 portraits. We mill a Teachings, which is good. Well, I guess there was already a Teachings in the graveyard, wasn't there? So that's not actually relevant. Block, trade. I guess if they can remove Portrait, then they get to eat all of it. With 2 mana, that should be pretty hard. They could have Faithfully Absent, but that actually doesn't do anything. Cycle Touch the Spirit Realm. Could they have made that do something? No, because if they blink... Oh, no, they absolutely could have blunked Portrait of Michiko and blown me out here, because it doesn't come back until end of turn. Alright. Well, I'm pretty happy they didn't do that. Because now their 7/7's dead, which feels important to me. Are we going to get back Naturalist? There's a pretty good chance I don't get back Naturalist, because I'm probably going to Rite of Harmony, and Teachings draws 2 cards, which I think matters more than the cost reduction effect, given that I have no other cards in hand. Sure, free spells for the opponent. Portal of Phyrexia, moderately inconvenient. Does remove a lot of enchantments from play, so that's actually going to be kind of annoying. Not the best draws. Citanul Stalwart's fine. I could use more mana at this point. How many cards we got left in deck? 25? Plenty. Hold on. Okay, we have drawn a lot of stuff that wasn't helpful. Could be an issue. Alright, I was really hoping we were going to get to do something more impactful that turn. Ooh, they found Titan of Industry, huh? Okay, that's actually pretty awful. That probably beats us. We needed to be getting a lot more stuff on the board last turn if we wanted to race that. Depending on how bad their hand is, we do still have the option of going off this turn and not putting Hallowed Haunting in play. But I have no spirit tokens, so my ability to scale up to 13 damage is probably going to be pretty limited. So I'm not that hopeful. But I also need them to not have any more reanimates or portals or titans. I can beat most other stuff. Chaotic Transformation is not going to allow that, I don't think. Portal. Fable. Fable's irrelevant. Titan. Okay. That'll be the game. Dang. There were a number of turns there where the opponent had to have an out. And successfully had it. I guess we did actually lose to the block I made on the 2 Sanctuary Warden tokens at the end of it. I was not expecting the Titan of Industries, but I probably should have paid attention to the mana base and seen green. I think that it is not that difficult for us to beat them here if they don't have Titan of Industry as a naturalize effect. But the naturalize effect, being able to remove the Hallowed Haunting, was definitely an out for them. That made my chances of winning after a board wipe lower than I was thinking. The Dragon War was sort of a pivotal point, but like I was saying, at the time I was totally comfortable with Dragon War, and what I should have done is that evaluation was incorrect because I didn't think about the fact that we had seen green mana in their mana base. Hands like this make me realize I really just don't like Generous Visitor at all. And that it, like, shouldn't be in the deck. I guess we keep, but, yeah... You know, I'll Generous Visitor on 1. I just don't think I want to. Alright. Take our card with Flashback. Sure. Hallowed Haunting's interesting. Not the world's biggest... Oh, please kill the Generous Visitor. Please turn that into something useful for me at the cost of a treasure. No. I'm not sure Catilda is actually the card that I would play over Generous Visitor in this deck, in the context of this format and needing to be fast. I like Catilda a lot normally. I think there's a pretty good chance that in this position, I would rather play Spirit Weaver. Because I do think there's an incentive to try to beat the go over the top decks with speed. So you need something that is a little more aggressive, and I think that fits the bill. Oh yeah. Catilda, I am a huge fan of Catilda. Catilda, very good. But I also think that Catilda requires you to be playing against aggressive decks or decks that you can outgrind. And I think that there are fewer decks that this deck is capable of outgrinding in this format because so many players are trying to do over-the-top things with Titan of Industry. However, our opponent appears to be playing mono black. Oh, wait, that means they can be playing Invoke Despair. I was gonna say mono black can't really beat Hallowed Haunting, but the one way they do beat Hallowed Haunting is with Invoke Despair. Huh. Alright, well, let's flood the board a little bit before we Hallowed Haunting. It's not ideal, but I've got Rite of Harmony, so we can kind of take things slow. Mono black is not a deck I'm afraid of taking things slow against. Oh, is the name not Spirit Weaver? What's the name of the 2-drop 2/2 enchantment lord that copies enchantment triggers? It's something Weaver, right? Weaver of Harmony. That's the one, yeah. Wow, alright. Another duress. I mean, this is still absolutely fine for me, but that was rude. Alright, well, we're just gonna make land drops and pass then. I'm probably gonna spend next turn casting Rite of Harmony Generous Visitor at this rate. Okay, Soaring's actually inconvenient. Not good, but definitely inconvenient.
You feel this annoyance.
There's a real magic card. Alright. Vault Sleeper is fine.
Very well.
I can turn into what, a 3/3 Death Toucher this turn? Okay. Perfect. Very good draw. This is a treasure, right? Yes. Delightful. Alright. Rite of Harmony. Jukai Naturalist. Counter on Spirited Companion. Draw a card. Oh, that's... Jukai Naturalist is actually excellent. Jukai Naturalist. Counter on Spirited Companion. Oh, they could kill Jukai Naturalist in response here, and then I wouldn't get to Restoration of Eiganjo? That'd be sad. They're more likely to kill the Spirited Companion, though, if they have a removal spell. I guess Cut Down could only target Jukai Naturalist at this point. More Jukai Naturalists? Okay. Restoration of Eiganjo, draw a card. Counter on Spirited Companion doesn't really matter. I could put a counter on Generous Visitor, swing at Soaring, force them to sack the treasure to get a 3/3 sleeper, and then chump the other sleeper to keep Soaring if they wanted to kill the Visitor. Am I okay with that? I don't like it, but I guess I don't dislike it. I probably dislike it. So, in all likelihood, we're trading off the Spirited Companion here. Which probably isn't a bad thing anyway, because currently that's the thing we can get out of the graveyard that's the most useful. Jukai Naturalist number 3 does not have a lot of utility in the deck that has no enchantments with 3 generic mana cost. Yep, block, and then presumably sack the treasure to kill the Spirited Companion on a trade by making this sleeper have Death Touch. So at this point, Invoke Despair. Have we mostly played around it? We sack Generous Visitor and what? Probably Naturalist? Okay, well, I do not care about Shakedown Heavy at all. We are happy to ignore that. What would you give to have Calyx in this deck? I don't... Would I put Calyx in this deck? I don't know. MTG, Calyx, Destiny's Hand. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an enchantment card from among them and put that card into your hand. If it was reveal all enchantments from the top 4 cards and put them all into your hand, Calyx would probably be a lot more interesting. But the fact that Calyx doesn't actually count as an enchantment, and so doesn't trigger your Hallowed Hauntings, is kind of a bummer. Hey Chris, I'm new here, just wanted to let you know that your narration of the game is incredible. Hey, I'm happy to hear it. Specifically happy to hear that you're learning so much. That is. That's the objective. That's the objective. What are we gonna do here? So we get back 1 enchantment, that gets us up to 5. Oh wait, can I get back an enchantment? Yeah, I can get back Jukai Naturalist by discarding a forest. Kind of forgot they didn't do anything with Spirited Companion. So then we play Hallowed Haunting, then we play Naturalist. Sure. 4 mana, 2 mana, 2 mana. I'm 1 mana short of doing all of that if I play Rite of Harmony. But as long as I top deck a different enchantment that only costs 1 mana, everything is fine. I just need to top deck perfectly. Easy. It's actually important that we discard the forest here so that I can play the Hallowed Haunting with 2 planes and then have a dual land up to cast any potential top deck. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Is that lethal? Put a counter on Naturalist. I guess the opponent could have, like, interaction or something. Alright, well they can't have cut down now. I mean, I've done 0 math, but if my opponent can't stop any of my creatures from attacking, then I think it doesn't matter that I put this Michiko on a lifelinker. And if they do have a removal spell to turn off Hallowed Haunting before attacks, I would really rather still be able to attack with the pumped creature. So we're going to pump the thing that isn't an enchantment. Doink. Boink, 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 boink. Well, that was fun. And that's why I wasn't super concerned about this game going longer against black. If they don't kill me, we do that eventually. They can still cut down the tap Naturalist. Yeah, that's true. But if they had cut down to one of those two if they had cut down the second Naturalist that I put the +1/+1 counter on, that would have meant that I would have ended up pumping the Naturalist instead of the Kami. Because that way I would have gotten the lifelink out of it. 6 and 2. Final boss time. Yeah, sort of. I feel like if anybody has joined... this is a really bad hand. We'll keep and see where it goes. If anybody's joined in like the last hour and a half, it might be worth pointing out we've already gotten the 7 wins for this event. So it's not a big stress. But, you know, for the sake of fun watching, yeah, 7 wins. Actually, I think I gain 4,000 gold if I get this 7 win, and I gain no gold if I lose. So there is actually like $5 on the line. Yeah, we're doing it because this format's entertaining. Mukatai Soul Ripper, opponent after my heart. I love this card. Do I go Spirited Companion Restoration, or just turn 2 Restoration? I feel like turn 2 Restoration is busted and I'm supposed to do that. How many packs do you get for 6 wins, by the way? Out of curiosity. How many packs does 4,000 gold get you? You do get more gold than you get packs, right? 4 packs for 4,000 gold? Okay, so you get 1 more pack. Delightful. Good enough for me. So it's worth winning. I was about to ask if I was supposed to concede. So the random packs and mythics. Okay, that's a good point. So it's actually very important we win because I don't want mythic packs. Mythic packs are terrible. Mythic packs have a lower chance of including a rare card, I believe, and a higher chance of including a mythic card. And mythics are worthless, and rares are expensive. Oh man, this thing only costs 2 to crew? Gosh, Soul Ripper's such a good card. Oh, this is a little too many Rite of Harmonies for me at this point. Was really hoping that we would get a Jukai Naturalist here and possibly kill them next turn. That would have been fun. Wired Mythic's worthless. Generally, if you are crafting competitive decks, the ratio at which you gain rares and the rates at which you gain mythics relative to the rates those decks show up in competitive lists typically means you gain mythic cards faster. You hit 100% of all the mythic cards you need sooner than you hit 100% of all the rare cards that you need. It's a little different if you draft. If you draft, the ratio kind of becomes inverted. But in my case, I have like no rare wild cards and like 50 mythic wild cards because I don't draft very much. Do I want to just Michiko's Reign of Truth twice here? Is that the objective? Or do I want to Rite of Harmony Michiko's Reign of Truth? I think I just want to Michiko's Reign of Truth twice. Coincidentally, it's been a while since they printed a Planeswalker we actually want to put in competitive decks. So we have not had to craft a lot of Planeswalkers. I think it's basically Wandering Emperor is like the only good Planeswalker they printed in the last, what, year's worth of sets? I want to say. There were definitely individuals who thought Liliana would be good, or thought that Obnixilis would be good. I don't believe I'm in danger of dying here. Kaito doesn't count. Kaito does not count. Kaito is one of those cards that is fine, but generally just worse than most other 3-drops. Urza isn't terrible. I want Urza to not be terrible. But also Urza's kind of terrible. New Teferi isn't bad, Control just has issues right now. I would say New Teferi is actually more of a mid-range card than a control card, and the issue is less with Control's issues, because Control's does have issues, but Control's issues is not having good win cons, IMO. Teferi's issue, and the reason that Teferi doesn't really find many homes, is because Teferi is a mid-range card, and there are better mid-range cards at that mana cost. Elspeth 5 is actually... I think Elspeth 5 might be the second best Planeswalker to Wandering Emperor in the last while. The homes are narrow, but I've actually played Elspeth 5 about as much as Ren and 7. Mostly in like weird mid-range aggro decks where you need lifelink against other aggro decks, but I should respect that card more. Fable is definitely the strongest card in Standard. That is true. And also, it's a rare, which is weird because that card is busted and limited, and normally they say that Mythic is more about limited balance than it is about, like, splashy power levels, but oh well. Let's see here. Rite of Harmony. Combat, swing. Technically, I should probably attack first and then cast Rite of Harmony in response to the Architect trigger to be slightly safer about removal spells. But also, I don't think there's a 1-mana spell that I, like, have to play around with. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, almost had a Plains already. My. Well, I don't think that Restoration of Eiganjo is going to be killing us here. I respect my opponent trying to live the Circuit Mender lifestyle. Stop for the flip? Yes. I'm trying to get in the habit of just always setting stops in your main phase with this deck, because you want to see the cards you draw before choosing whether to cast Rite of Harmony, but you want to cast Rite of Harmony in response to your Saga triggers. So the main phase stop is just the easiest place to do it. If you set it in the upkeep, you have to like click through to after your draw step, and it's just a pain, so you don't want to do it that way. We also flip these orders around because we would rather draw more cards before we discard something to Restoration. Because, like, the best thing that I could discard here is probably a Jukai Naturalist, so if we draw the Jukai Naturalist, then I get to discard it. Does their deck just don't queue into a Braid in the event they do concede? I think their deck is... Oh, hey. Wow. Hello thing that rewards me, like I was just talking about. I guess I could actually get Michiko's Reign of Truth. Maybe that's better. Nah, probably not. I can't push through lethal here regardless. Unless I draw Hallowed Haunting, but If I drew Hallowed Haunting, then it actually rewards me for having Naturalist in a sense, too. Well, no, I guess it doesn't, because if I had gotten Michiko's Reign of Truth, I would have had... Maybe I'll just draw Michiko's Reign of Truth. Unable to bless myself into victory. I think we'll have to settle for winning next turn. I'm gonna have to discard to hand size? At least we have Thraben Portal. Thraben Portal does a good job of discarding to hand size. I'm gonna have to discard 2 cards to hand size? This sucks. I take it all back. This deck feels bad. Why would they even make a discard to hand size mechanic? It's like intentionally anti-fun. We're weirdly constrained on green mana here. Hopefully it doesn't, like, come back to hurt us. It almost might if the opponent casts Farewell here. Kami of Terrible Secrets. If you control an artifact and enchantment, you draw a card and gain 1 life. Ooh, that would almost be really impressive if it costs less mana than it does. They considered removing the hand size rule since it barely ever comes up for new players. Oh, that would make me such a happy camper. Never seen that outside of draft. I suspect we are sort of in draft. We have definitely played against a weird number of Kamigawa tribal decks over the last, like, 7 days. I don't know why. It's not this event alone. We also played against a weird number of Kamigawa draft decks in Alchemy at Mythic. I'm not sure what the deal is specifically with Kamigawa Limited. It's very strange. No, I don't want to use Brushland deck. Do you have any idea how constrained on green mana I am? Says one of the free starter decks Renegades? I don't know. I don't think so. Just a sec. Cool. Or we can be done. That too. Yeah, discarding to 7 because you're missing land drops does not really feel very good, does it? Does this show that I have 2 of these? No! Why doesn't it show that I got a bunch of them? Just because they're useless doesn't mean that, like... You know? Sad. Let's see, 4:30. I do not have enough time to start a sealed deck and actually finish it. In fact, I'm probably going to be done here in like 15 minutes. So let's start a sealed deck. So this is 2 packs of each Dominaria set. Brothers War, Dominaria United, and what, original Dominaria? Is that what it is? Yeah, original Dominaria. Okay. Cabal Stronghold and Stronghold Arena. What flavor? Huh. So, not a good card, not a good card, not a good card, not a good card, not a good card. Dub was actually legitimately kind of a weirdly good card in its limited format, but I think that was probably more of an exception than the norm. Heroic Charge is fine, Scrapwork Cohort's fine, Phalanx is fine. Not very excited about white. Blue has Combat Research is like moderately exciting. Archaeologist is fine, Haunting Figment's fine. Geyser's good. Lookout's good. Cloud Reader Sphinx is good. Desynchronize is fine. Weight of Memory, 5 mana draw 3. 6 mana 4/4 flyer. Talarian Terror, 8 mana 8/8. With upside if you cast it for 10 mana. Oh, alright. Hulking Metamorph. Blue does not have a ton going on, but it has enough to be playable. It's definitely pretty heavy on the top end, but yeah. Cabal's Stronghold requires you to have, what, 5 swamps to net 1 mana? So, probably not very good. Hypothetically, could ramp us from 8 mana to 10 mana to cast our Selin Voda. Battlefly Swarm is, like, technically playable. Harvester's fine. Bone Splinters with Unearth is a combo of sorts. Remember back when they printed vanilla tutus for 2 with flavor text? Oh, that's a good point. I could change the... Oh, you know what? I should stop the recording because we're uploading this to YouTube. Bye, YouTube.